Chapter 329. Suoxiaoduo's appearance was greeted by cheers from the audience. Suoxiaoduo, the Iron Fist Young Master. We don't know how strong the Iron Fist is, but the title of Young Master is unparalleled in the world. Good style. A high martial arts teacher blurted out a compliment. But the opponent couldn't do it. Gao Yener didn't expect Suoxiaoduo to perform a martial arts salute at the beginning of the battle. She didn't know how to react for a moment. At this time, Suoxiaoduo was already in a fighting posture. He knew that the opponent would attack at any time, so he didn't bother to return the salute and pulled out his long sword with a clang. Many teachers secretly shook their heads. This was a martial arts salute before a battle of life and death, but he didn't even return the salute. How did the teacher teach him? This was the most basic integrity of a martial artist, okay? They couldn't help but feel that all the students in Fenghai City's number 13 high school were like this. With a flash of sword light, Gao Yener's whole body was like a swallow on the water. Her body was light and graceful, and her sword light was restrained. Her whole body seemed to have turned into a stream of light, aiming directly at Suoxiaoduo. When she arrived in front of Suoxiaoduo, the sword light suddenly lit up. Suoxiaoduo, hand over your life. A loud shout. Suoxiaoduo lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. His eyes were focused, and he suddenly punched toward the incoming sword light. Good. A high martial arts teacher couldn't help but cheer. This punch was really just right. At first, he didn't move, to deal with the changes by staying still. Now, he only punched once, but it was the critical moment when the opponent's sword momentum was exhausted and couldn't change the move anymore. What a good Iron Fist young master, he really lived up to his reputation. Just by looking at this punch, the title of Iron Fist Young Master was well deserved. Bang! His fist collided with the tip of the opponent's sword without any tricks. The sharp and shining tip of the sword didn't pierce through at all, and it was bounced off by the punch. Gao Yener's body rolled and retreated 7 or 8 meters. On the other hand, Suoxiaoduo stood up and walked towards Gao Yener with nimble steps that were neither fast nor slow. You cheated! Gao Yener screamed. You have gloves on your hands. Suoxiaoduo said helplessly, Student, I'm known as the Iron Fist Young Master. Isn't it normal for me to have gloves on my hands? Is this cheating? The onlookers also laughed disdainfully. There was nothing wrong with what he said. You're holding a sword, so is it fair for the other party to fight you barehanded? How could he openly accuse them of cheating? What kind of logic was this? Or was this the logic of Fenghai City's number 13 middle school? However, everyone could see that Gao Yener's agility was far above that of Suoxiaoduo. What was more important was that Gao Yener's cultivation had exploded to its limit and revealed her true strength, embryonic breathing realm. Once he collided with Suoxiaoduo, he could not withstand his opponent's strength. He immediately used his body movement skill to dodge the attack, then slowed down a little before attacking again. He seemed to be at ease. The situation was at a stalemate. At the very least, it would be difficult to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. However, many of the teachers felt that it was a pity. This Suoxiaoduo was really a rare genius. Using his bare fists to fight against a sharp sword, using his innate cultivation to fight against an embryonic breathing realm practitioner, he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. He even had the upper hand every time. If it were not for the fact that Gao Yener's body movement skill and cultivation were excellent, she would have been defeated for a long time. It could be said that this child, Suoxiaoduo, was a battle genius. At this moment, Gao Yener let out a long whistle and suddenly unleashed her sword power. The sword wind made a hissing sound as it cut through the air. Streaks of sword chi appeared in an unprecedentedly swift and fierce manner. They rushed towards Duo from all directions, forming a four-sided encirclement with the intention of killing him. She thought that she had already figured out Duo's ins and outs. She was determined to counterattack and attack with all her might. Every move, every style, and every sword was aimed at a vital point. Duo's fists fell like rain. He tried his best to block every sword attack, but it was a pity that he missed a lot. As he let out a loud cry, his shoulder was slashed by the incoming sword chi. Following that, his thigh was also slashed, and fresh blood dripped out. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. However, at this moment, Duo seemed to have lost his temper. With an angry roar, he suddenly changed his pace. There was a faint twinkle of starlight. Then, his whole body actually broke through the sword net and rushed forward. At this moment, a Gao Yenner's sword was aimed at Duo's throat, which was a vital point. The distance between the two of them was so close that it was difficult to dodge. Many people held their breaths and stared at the battle. There were even more people who had predicted the outcome of the battle and simply closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Duo was in danger. Gao Yenner's sword was aimed at Duo's throat. Although Duo courageously broke through the sword net and had room to attack, he was inferior to his opponent in terms of attack distance, attack strength, and landing position. How could he turn the tables? However, at this moment, Duo suddenly stopped and made an extremely bold and strange move. He tilted his head abruptly and then violently to one side. Chapter 330. Shameless Sneak Attack. Even in a normal arena, there is no sneak attack like this. Yes, this is the life and death arena. They actually use sneak attacks. Is this how the teachers of Fenghai 13 teach their students? Luckily, our boss reacted quickly, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. If they were killed by a sneak attack, would they just say that they were angry and impulsive, and everything would be fine? Too despicable, too shameless, I'm so angry, so angry. The five people's faces were filled with anger, their blood boiling, as if they had suffered a great grievance. Moreover, the whole audience echoed at the same time, yes, this is clearly a shameless sneak attack. It's really too shameless. Whether they died or not is another matter, but this is a sneak attack for sure. Unexpectedly, not many people noticed that the Phoenix City's second high school, who looked so wronged, had already won 2 matches in a row without suffering any injuries. And the Fenghai 13 high school that was being condemned had already paid with 2 fresh lives. Hu Ruoyun looked helplessly at Li Chenglong and the others who were possessed by drama queens. These guys' anger and dissatisfaction couldn't be said to be fake, but the truth was that they couldn't go on stage, not because of the sneak attack. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai looked at each other, both feeling very tired. They really didn't know what to say about the team that they had brought up. One drama queen was performing on stage, acting with all her heart, while the other 5 were tearfully cooperating with her. Their acting was superb, simply at a textbook level. Both of them had a strange idea. Why don't we go back and suggest that the Phoenix City's second high school be changed into a film and television school? They don't even need to study, each one of them is a proper movie king before they even graduate. On the opposite side, Wu Yuntian looked at the 2 corpses on stage, his eyes lifeless. He was very interested in this pair of sisters, and had been painstakingly pursuing them for a year, and finally made some progress, but now his head was gone. Duo walked step by step back to his original position. Everyone could see that this kid's mental state was a bit unstable, he was still in shock, and his face was as pale as paper. His 2 legs even seemed to be trembling. It was obvious that the sneak attack just now had really frightened him. At the judges' table, Teacher Ma's face was kind. Duo, you can ask for a break, and substitute someone to go on stage. This was said with good intentions, even kindness. Sua Xiao duo had already fought 2 matches in a row, and both matches were filled with danger. Even if he still had the strength to fight, the mental exhaustion would not be small. Furthermore, the other members of second high school had not even made a move yet. At this moment, it was reasonable for them to switch out, and no one could object. But how could Wu Yuntian allow Sua Xiao duo to rest? This kid was still in shock, his strength. This was the best time to take his life. He drew his sword, Sua Xiao duo. The famous iron-fisted young master of Phoenix City, is he going to run away like a turtle? Ma! But when he heard Wu Yuntian's words, as if he was provoked, he immediately stood up straight and shouted angrily, "You're the turtle." A few of the judges said together, "This is a life and death battle. Once the battle is over, whether you want to continue or not is up to you, don't be provoked." Wu Yuntian shouted, "You don't dare to fight with me. You don't dare. Sua Xiao duo, if you don't dare to fight, then you're a coward. I'm a hero. Then come, let's fight. Let's fight." Sua Xiao duo was furious, "You think I'm scared of you?" The judges sighed softly. This kid was good in every way, why was he so easily provoked? He had already fought 2 matches, and his ultimate moves and fighting style had already been figured out by his opponent. If he continued fighting, it would be very dangerous. Wu Yuntian slowly drew his sword, the sword in the scabbard was already rubbing against the scabbard. Even though it was not out of the scabbard, it was already emitting a sound similar to that of a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar. It was breathtaking. With such momentum, anyone could imagine that when this sword was drawn, it would definitely be earth-shattering. "Sua Xiao duo, you killed 2 of my classmates, you have to pay with your life." Wu Yuntian stared into Sua Xiao duo's eyes, every word was like a malicious spirit demanding his life. Sua Xiao duo was stunned when he heard this, and then he was furious. "What nonsense are you spouting? Let's not talk about the life and death battle, it's either life or death. If you didn't force me to sign the life and death battle, how would I have fought with them, and how would they have died? In the life and death battle, if they didn't die, then I would die. Is it wrong for me to kill them? Wu Yuntian, if we trace the cause of their deaths, it's definitely not me, it's you. It's you who killed 2 of your classmates because of your selfish desires." Sua Xiao duo roared, You're the murderer." Sua Xiao duo's words seemed to be sophistry, as if he was twisting words and forcing logic, but for some reason, the more they heard, the more they felt that it made sense. It seemed like there was nothing wrong with it at all. Because Sua Xiao duo had never asked for the life and death battle. Everything was because Wu Yuntian was relentless, using all kinds of words to provoke him, using all kinds of methods to force him to sign the life and death battle contract. Now that your own people have died, you're actually blaming him for killing your people. Do you think I can only let you kill them? There's no such logic in this world, right? The murderer, tracing back to the source, was indeed this Wu Yuntian. Wu Yuntian's face was gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. "Sua Xiao duo, give me your life." Sua Xiao duo looked up to the sky and laughed. "I, the Iron Fist Prince, Sua Xiao duo, am not afraid of you. Bring it on, let's see who will win." Clang! An intense sword hum rang out, and a blinding white light flashed, causing everyone to be blinded in an instant. Wu Yuntian unsheathed his long sword. The moment he unsheathed his sword, he had already performed the move of becoming one with his sword. Together with his sword, the sword light shot up to the sky like a rocket, bringing along a long tail of flame as it shot towards Sua Xiao duo. Wu Yuntian obviously hated Sua Xiao duo to the core. He didn't want to be entangled with this brat anymore, and only wanted to tear Sua Xiao duo into pieces with one strike of his sword. Swa Xiao Duo shouted, "Come on." Following his shout, the starlight under his feet lit up again. With a wave of his hands, two almost invisible lights flashed and disappeared. Following that, Swa Xiao Duo performed the star steps with all his strength. His eyes were filled with brilliant starlight, and his footsteps were unpredictable, rushing towards Wu Yuntian's sword. The white light flashed and disappeared in the sword light. Wu Yuntian, who had been charging forward with an imposing aura, did not know why, but his sword light suddenly became chaotic. Following that, he let out a heart-wrenching, extremely painful scream. Despicable. My eyes. His footwork was also suddenly messed up. And Swa Xiao Duo had already rushed forward like a meteor chasing after the moon. His body was overflowing with boundless starlight, gorgeous and magnificent. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the elegant young master, a peerlessly beautiful young man, stepped on the starlight, elegantly and at ease, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, like a swimming dragon. He was really, really handsome. As the endless starlight surged, the Dragon Gate kick appeared, brazenly attacking. Boom! The kick was aimed at Wu Yuntian's crotch. After the successful attack, he didn't hesitate, and kicked again, and again, like a continuous stream of 36 kicks, all aimed at the same spot, like a meteor falling one after another. It was all in the crotch. Somewhere on the spectator stand, someone snorted in an extremely angry voice, "Bastard." What? This match is being watched by the whole nation. Boom, boom, boom. Swa Xiao Duo shouted loudly, his whole body spinning in the air, and as he rose, Wu Yuntian's body was also kicked up into the air one after another. Once the Dragon Gate kick was used, the speed was almost as if there was no need to change space, it was really too fast, as if there was no way to stop. 36 kicks landed on the crotch of Wu Yuntian's pants. His entire body was kicked 40 meters into the air. After the last kick, Wu Yuntian's entire body exploded in midair, turning into minced meat that scattered in all directions. And after the last kick, Swa Xiao Duo seemed to be in a state where he couldn't control himself. His two legs were like a whirlwind, kicking out 17 or 18 times in the air, before finally stopping. Countless pieces of minced meat could be seen everywhere on the spectator stands. There were bodies everywhere. Wu Yuntian's crotch was directly smashed by Swa Xiao Duo's Dragon Gate kick. Retch, retch. Instantly, the sound of vomiting was heard. It was really too disgusting. Many people were nervously watching the battle on the stage with their mouths agape, not daring to breathe. Who would have thought that pieces of minced meat would fly into their mouths? This was not the ordinary kind of disgust, it was as if disaster had fallen from the sky while they were in the stands. It was extremely unlucky. At this moment, other than the sound of vomiting, the whole place was silent, there was no other sound. Even many of the high martial arts teachers who were watching the battle did not see clearly what had happened. Why did Wu Yuntian rush out with such a strong momentum, but in the blink of an eye, he was kicked in the crotch, all the way to his death, until his body was smashed to pieces. This. Fenghai City's number 13 high school teacher, Li Qingqiu, jumped up in the stands, disregarding his manners, and shouted, "Despicable! Shameless! Swa Xiao Duo, you actually used a hidden weapon to ambush him. Swa Xiao Duo, you deserve to die. You deserve to die." On the other side, Luo Lai laughed loudly, "Funny, funny, really funny. In the life and death arena, life and death are decided in an instant. I would like to ask, is there a rule that forbids the use of any means? Li Qingqiu, if you can't afford to lose, don't make such a big fuss. Saying all those useless things will only make people laugh at you. Fenghai City's number 13 high school, is this all you have?" As for the judges, their faces were filled with shock, including the horse-faced teacher Ma. They all saw Swa Xiao Duo use a hidden weapon, but they did not see what kind of weapon he used. However, their experience and knowledge told them that at least one thing was certain: this Iron Fist young master did not use Iron Fist in this battle at all. At the moment of life and death, this Iron Fist young master actually used another martial art. I really can't go all out today. There are 15 or 16 guys in the office waiting for me to finish writing and play with them. There's no other way to gather my comrades. However, I still need to ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket and a recommendation ticket. It's okay if my brothers and sisters don't give it to me. I didn't go all out today. Chapter 331. The live stream was broadcasted. The internet was already in an uproar. Did I see wrongly just now? May I ask where the Iron Fist of this Iron Fist prince is? I didn't see the Iron Fist, I only saw the crotch kick. It's so skillful. This leg technique is awesome. What kind of leg is this? It's so suitable for women's self-defense. Please tell me its name. This is the Dragon Gate Kick, the unique skill of the Kunlun sect. The Dragon Gate Kick is awesome. It's really the best crotch kick. Awesome. Broken voice. I didn't expect the Kunlun sect's Dragon Gate Kick to be used like this. I didn't think much of the Dragon Gate Kick before, but now it seems that we were too narrow-minded. This leg technique is suitable for crotch kicks. The person above is a genius. The crotch kick is awesome. They were led astray by their own eyes, and the audience was singing praises of the crotch kick. Swa Xiao Duo wins. Teacher Ma stood up to announce the result, and then said, Swa Xiao Duo, come forward. Swa Xiao Duo tidied up the dust on his body, walked forward obediently, and said respectfully, Hello, Teacher Ma. Hello, judges. This kid is so polite. Many judges praised him in their hearts. He was honest, sincere, and courteous. Most importantly, he was so handsome. Just the fact that he was pleasing to the eyes alone was enough to give him bonus points. Now everyone knew that Swa Xiao Duo had other means to win. Although they didn't know what it was, they shouldn't ask in public. This was obviously Swa Xiao Duo's life-saving trump card. Asking would be equivalent to harming him. But they couldn't help but be curious. Swa Xiao Duo. A female teacher said pleasantly, in these few battles. Did you bring any heavy equipment? This was a question based on experience. After all, Long Yuxing and the others were all carrying a considerable amount of weight on their bodies while they were fighting. As the team leader, Swa Xiao Duo might be fighting in the life and death arena, but he might have brought it. Swa Xiao Duo hesitated. Facing the eyes of more than a dozen teachers, he finally nodded shyly, yes. Yes. These two words were like a bolt of lightning that struck the hearts of all the teachers. The life and death arena actually had a weight-bearing state. Was he courting death or was he overconfident? This match came too quickly. My emotions are also a little out of control because of the excitement. Swa Xiao Duo was an honest man. He stammered, I forgot that I have heavy equipment on me, so I can't perform accurately. Did he forget that he was carrying weights? Causing me to misperform time and time again. This place made everyone feel dizzy again. However, after thinking about it for a while, it seemed to make sense. After all, Swa Xiao Duo had lost control of his body after winning 2 matches. It was obvious that it was the result of poor control. Can I ask how heavy you are? The female teacher's eyes were already burning with passion. With innate cultivation, he had defeated 3 embryonic breathing realm practitioners in 3 consecutive battles. Furthermore, he was carrying weights. If he wasn't a freak, then what was he? Duo touched his head and said embarrassedly, I'm slightly heavier than my classmates, about 10,000 Gene. 10,000 Gene. Before today, Duo felt that it would be too shocking if he had to carry 60,000 Gene of weights on his body. Hence, he changed it to a pair of 5,000 Gene of weights on his arms. The few teachers' eyes bulged at the same time. What the fuck? Can I see? Teacher Ma rubbed his hands. Yes, most of my weights come from a pair of arm guards. Rather than calling it a weight, it's better to call it a weapon. Duo rolled up his trousers and unbuttoned his shirt to reveal his arms. Frowning, he calculated and said, the arm guards on both arms are 5,000 Gene each, so it's 10,000 Gene in total. There are some other weights on my body and legs. At most, it's a few thousand Gene. Altogether, it's not even 15,000 Gene. All the teachers sucked in a breath of cold air once again. Carrying 15,000 Gene of weights, he could still jump freely and move normally. He could jump in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. He could step into the starlight with the star steps and kick open the dragon gate. This kid was just an innate expert, but he was already an innate fighting embryo breath and won instantly. Such aptitude. Being a freak was no longer enough to describe him. This was a heaven-defying style. Teacher Ma's eyes were burning. Duo, thank you for speaking up for us just now. Huayang High Martial Arts. If you have anything to say it after the competition. Another teacher interrupted him sternly. The life and death arena is not over yet. If you talk nonsense, won't you disturb Duo's state of mind? Teacher Ma gritted his teeth and looked at the teacher with a gaze as if he wanted to swallow him in one bite. Duo had defeated the opponent's captain, so there was no suspense. Although there was still one more round according to the rules, who would dare to come up and die? What did he mean by the life and death arena was not over yet? This bastard obviously didn't want me to say anything. Poor me, I had to lower my status and use what happened just now as a topic. What the fuck? The female teacher who spoke just now smiled even more gently. Duo, let's talk about the competition just now. I'm Ding Xiulan from Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. I'm really curious, how did you win just now? Although I know you must have used a hidden weapon, I really couldn't tell what kind of hidden weapon it was. And that leg technique of yours. At the critical moment of life and death, what kind of leg technique did you use? The other teachers were holding their breaths and admiring him. Look at him, he naturally revealed his identity according to the context. The whole process was natural, and he even used the words to ask a question. He was really good. This eloquence was really good. He was indeed from Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. He was so pretentious that he could even play mind games better than others. They were ashamed of their inferiority. However, this question was also what everyone wanted to ask the most. Teacher Ding, you have sharp eyes. I did use a hidden weapon. Duo took out a handful of sparkling and translucent small gourds, small buttons, small orchids, small. They were all very delicate. Very beautiful. Sparkling and translucent. Isn't this an ordinary low-quality jade? A teacher picked up a small gourd and said in surprise, this. Is it? That's it. Duo said innocently. Why do you use these flashy things? Why don't you use a stronger material? What kind of lethality can these hidden weapons have? The teacher frowned and felt that it was very inconceivable. Why do you want to practice hidden weapons? Another teacher asked. It's quite beautiful. A female teacher said. It's just that it's not lethal enough. There were different opinions, and they all focused their attention on Duo. I'm just thinking that these hidden weapons don't have much lethality. Sua Xiaoduo smiled honestly and said, hidden weapons can easily kill the enemy in a sneak attack. But with mine, it won't be fatal under normal circumstances. I'm still at the stage of learning, and there's still some time before I can really fight against the Umno Alliance on the battlefield. Hidden weapons are a kind of transitional weapon for me, and they can't be used as a trump card for a long time. If I go to the battlefield in the future, I guess I won't use them anymore. This kid is really kind-hearted and thoughtful. As for using hidden weapons and like skills, Sua Xiaoduo coughed and explained embarrassedly, actually, the nickname Iron Fist Young Master is just a normal disguise. My current life-saving method is this hidden weapon. And the Dragon Gate Kick, which is my real trump card. In the battle just now, if Wu Yuntian really rushed over, with the cultivation strength he showed and the power of his moves, I might really be in danger. After all, my cultivation is not enough, so I chose to use a hidden weapon to interfere. At that time, he was so angry that he hit me in the eyes. Sua Xiaoduo looked ashamed and said uneasily, this is a battle of life and death, so it shouldn't be considered breaking the rules, right? No, how can it be considered breaking the rules? Of course it's fine, it's fine. Several teachers nodded in affirmation at the same time. They warned each other with their eyes and felt a little ashamed. This child was really honest. In just a few words, he actually revealed his trump card. Sigh, as teachers, it's really not nice of us to use our status and power to get this information out of him. I hope no one will tell this to others. Teacher Ding Shulan of Shangjing Ancestral Dragon High School looked at the others and said, this is a life-saving trump card, and it can't be revealed. The other teachers nodded in agreement. This was a necessary guarantee. Each and every one of them looked at Sua Xiaoduo with an indescribable admiration and fondness. What a good kid. He respected his teachers and was gentle and courteous, he was honest and sincere, and he was loyal and righteous, he was determined, righteous, and handsome. Sua Xiaoduo, your temper is too straightforward. Teacher Ding Shulan sighed and said, when you encounter injustice, you stand up for justice. When you meet people who are good to you, you pour your heart out. If you do this, you will suffer in the future. Sigh, you can come to Ancestral Dragon High School. I will do my best to teach you. Otherwise, when you enter society in the future, with your straightforward temper. The other teachers admired him more and more. They were so impressed that they wanted to prostrate themselves. This act of poaching was really done without the slightest trace of human activity. Sua Xiaoduo opened his eyes wide and said seriously, teachers, you are all respected elders. You are all respected seniors. Of course, I have to tell the truth. If it was someone else, I wouldn't say it. I'm not stupid. Ha ha ha. Good kid. All the teachers felt a burst of warm feeling. Such a good kid was a peerless genius, a peerless demon. If he could come to their school and become a legend, it was foreseeable. Almost all the teachers present had this thought in their hearts. There was a cry from the opposite side. Teacher Li Qingqiu of Fenghai City's No. 13 High School said angrily, Sua Xiaoduo, you murderer. Fenghai City's No. 13 High School will never let you go. Chapter 332. Li Qingqiu was going crazy. 3 top geniuses from 2 big families had died in one battle. It was not hard to imagine what he would suffer when he returned. Before anyone could speak, Ding Shulan had already stepped out. Her expression was cold, and her voice was cold. Li Qingqiu, as a teacher, you should be a role model. What you said just now, only you could say that. I only ask you, was the life and death battle proposed by your people? Let me ask you again, did your people sign the life and death contract? The third question is, what are the rules of the life and death battle? Ding Xiulan did not hide her disdain. You forced others to sign the life and death contract, forced others to fight to the death. Now that your own people are dead, you actually say that the other party is a murderer. If this sentence was said by a student of 13th high school, I can understand it as a moment of anger, and the teacher did not teach properly. But as a teacher, you actually said such words. How can you be a role model? Let's not talk about others. As long as I, Ding Xiulan, am in this world, Fenghai City's 13th high school and the families of the dead students, including everyone, if anyone dares to play dirty, make a move on Zhuoxiao Duo, or the students of Phoenix City, I, Ding Xiulan, will fight to the death with you. Ding Xiulan's face was cold, and her voice was powerful. This is the rule of martial arts. This is the fate of martial artists. This is the Longhu ranking battle. This is high martial arts enrollment. Who dares to offend? Ding Xiulan looked around. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. Life and death are predestined. Our ancestral dragon high school firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Who is not convinced? Stand out. At this moment, teacher Ding Xiulan was really domineering and awe-inspiring. The other teachers also agreed. That's right, teacher Ding is right, I agree. If anyone wants to take revenge on Zhuoxiao Duo, they must first go through me, Ma Zhangxi. Teacher Ma also stood out. Our Huayang High School will not sit by and watch this kind of phenomenon. We will definitely put an end to it. Below the stage, teacher Luo Yanling shouted, our Northeast Jade Sun High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Those who violate it will be severely punished. Our Hidden Dragon High School firmly upholds the rules of martial arts. Those who violate the rules will be in vain. We. The few teachers who spoke too late cursed in their hearts while shouting out the name of their school. Otherwise, these geniuses would really be taken away by Ding Xiulan. This woman really wasn't a good person. Looking at how she grasped the opportunity and how she was the first to stand out, the gazes of those young men were burning with respect. Damn it. It was so good to be a woman. She could act shamelessly as much as she wanted. These beautiful words were really beautiful. Countless male teachers felt that their gender was really wrong. Competing with this group of female teachers, there was really no advantage at all. At the very least. He had never even thought about such a thing before. It's not that our thinking isn't meticulous, it's purely the disadvantage of our gender. As a man, it was too unfair. Zhuoxiao's eyes were brimming with tears. Thank you, teachers, for speaking up for me. Thank you so much. With your words, my heart instantly calmed down. My home is instantly safe. Ding Xiulan gently nodded and said, Xiao Duo, don't be afraid. Teacher will stand up for you. The other teachers felt their teeth ache again. They really wanted to leave in a huff. She was too shameless. With this tone, she actually directly called Xiao Duo and called herself a teacher. Your ancestral Dragon High School is one of the top 3 famous schools. Is there a need to? Do you lack geniuses? Is there a need to lower your status to compete with us? Is there a need to? Ding Xiulan's gaze locked onto Li Qingqiu, and said in an unusually dignified manner, Li Qingqiu, I only want to ask you. In the following 4th battle, is your Fenghai 13 still going to fight? Fight or not? This was a question. The numerous teachers present all looked at this teacher Li with ridicule in their eyes. They saw him standing there like a wooden chicken. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He said dejectedly, No, we admit defeat. Teacher Ma Zhangxi snorted and said, Admit defeat. According to the rules of the life and death ring, once the life and death contract is signed, the battle will be fought to the last one. How can it be settled by just admitting defeat and forfeiting? Li Qingqiu said with grief and indignation, we have already admitted defeat. Could it be that the teachers of high school have to be so overbearing? Do you have to watch the seed students of our school die? Ma Jiangxi said coldly, did we force you to sign the life and death contract? You were full of murderous intent and forced the opponent to sign the life and death contract. If you were the one who had the upper hand now, would you be merciful and let the defeated opponent go? Li Qingqiu, if you can't afford to play, why should you sign the life and death contract? Li Qingqiu's face was ashen, extremely twisted and ferocious. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ma Jiangxi shouted, what, spitting blood to gain sympathy? The life and death ring is not something that you can cancel with a mere mouthful of blood. Li Qingqiu, quickly let your side enter the life and death ring. Continue to fight. Enter the ring. Ma Jiangxi shouted loudly. The remaining 3 students of Fenghai's 13 middle school were all pale, their bodies trembling like sieves. For the first time, they felt that the road of martial arts was actually so dangerous. The feeling of imminent death was so real and urgent. Ma Jiangxi really hated Li Qingqiu to the bone. Otherwise, from his standpoint, he would have tried to mediate the situation and ask Zhuo Xiaoduo for a favor to end this match. However, Li Qingqiu's words were harsh, and he even scolded Huayang and Gao Wu together. Since this enmity had already been formed, this was a great opportunity to hit him when he was down. Even if he wanted to kill him, why not? He just wanted to make him lose face. Anyway, he would definitely not dare to send another student to the ring. If he sent another student to the ring, it would not be Zhuo Xiaoduo killing people, but Li Qingqiu sending students to their deaths. How could the families of the remaining 3 students let go of the initiator of this battle, Li Qingqiu? Teacher Ma, Teacher Ding. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a face full of pity. Student Zhuo Xiaoduo, what do you want to say? Since the other party has already admitted defeat, victory and defeat are clear. Let's just forget about it. After all, the other 3 students did not sign the life and death arena contract. Forcing this life and death arena contract on them, I feel a little bad. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was honest and sincere, and he couldn't bear it. As the winner of the life and death battle, I will end the rest of the battle with the result of not winning the remaining 3 battles. Is this okay? Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a deep voice. This sentence immediately won the cheers of the audience. Countless people felt that. This child was too good at heart, too kind. He was really a good child with a kind heart and took the overall situation into consideration. This kind of child, and this kind of peerless talent at that, was really hard to find even with a lantern in hand. In time, he would definitely be a pillar of the astral soul's mainland. Today was just the beginning of his legend, the first battle of the mythical voyage, the first chapter. The battle for the top 20, Phoenix City's 2nd high school versus Fenghai City's 13th high school, ended. Phoenix City's 2nd high school strode forward with its head held high, advancing into the top 15, while its opponent, Fenghai City's 13th high school, sadly ended, announcing their withdrawal from the competition in advance. There was no other reason than that the team was directly crippled. 3 of the 6 contestants were dead, and the captain and vice-captain were dead. The surviving team members had already lost their will to fight. That afternoon, Li Qingqiu and the other teacher hurriedly left Nanji City with the 3 remaining team members. Before the life and death battle ended, Li Qingqiu and the other teacher's cell phones were exploding with calls. This match was broadcasted live on the internet. Life and death battle. 3 people died on the spot. This kind of thing, this kind of result, might be a lively event in the eyes of others, but in Fenghai City, it was a big deal that had already set off a tsunami. The principal's office of Fenghai City's 13th high school had been smashed into smithereens by the furious principal. In Fenghai City School, the higher-ups of the Wu family and the Gao family were all present. Now that they could not find trouble with Suoxiao duo, their anger was directed at Li Qingqiu. It was clearly Fenghai City's side who proposed the life and death battle. Shouldn't they have absolute confidence? Why did things turn out like this? How did Li Qingqiu lead his team? How dare he agree to something like the life and death battle without absolute confidence? Fuck Li Qingqiu, is his brain stuffed with suspenders? Without the instruction of the lead teacher, why would my Tianers sign the life and death battle contract? Li Qingqiu, you murderer. My 2 daughters are even more innocent. They were purely forced to their deaths by Li Qingqiu and Wu Yuntian. Fuck your mother's fart. What does this have to do with our Tianer? Who the fuck are you scolding? If it wasn't for your Wu Yuntian who insisted on signing the life and death contract, would my daughters have died? Wu, you will pay with your life. The chaos in Fenghai City involved the 2 major families, the local martial arts school, and the 3 factions. It almost instantly spread to the entire city. The entire 13th high school was in a state of paralysis. Countless parents rushed into the school. Is your teacher retarded? He actually scolded the Huayang High School teachers directly in the live broadcast. Bastard! Are you trying to cut off my child's future path of advancement? Now, I don't know how many high school martial arts schools will no longer accept students from Fenghai 13th High School. Are you satisfied? I'm really unlucky to send my son to your school. Now that my child's future has been ruined by you, are you satisfied? You have to take responsibility, Ba. Can you take responsibility? I'm really a fucking dog for choosing your school. What about my child's future? Can anyone think of a way? 13th high school must take responsibility. Usually, you collect money so quickly, you can't wait to suck us dry. Now that I've seen it, the entire school from top to bottom, from inside to outside, is obviously full of idiots. I'm not talking about the students, I'm talking about the teachers. Does anyone have any objections? A bunch of retards, run your fucking school. You have to give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll definitely go to the Martial Arts Bureau to complain about you. You're a bunch of thieves and prostitutes. You don't even have the basic morals. You don't even have a mouth, only filthy words. Chapter 333. Let's not talk about how chaotic Fenghai City was. 2 flowers bloomed, each showing a branch. Now, the focus was still on the Longhu list. Phoenix City No. 2 High School was still in the top 15 with a winning record and ranked first in total points. They were high up, looking down on the heroes. Especially the captain, Suoxiao duo, who rose to fame in a single battle. He was brave, resourceful, intelligent, wise, honest, respectful, courteous, and kind-hearted. He received the praise of almost the entire society. This kind of praise was hard to buy even with money. Of course, there were also people who spoke sourly on the internet. No matter how good Suoxiao duo is, he's still a murderer. Why doesn't he know how to be merciful when it's possible to spare people? 3 fresh human lives were all buried in his hands. How can 2 bloody hands be considered benevolent? This kind of argument, as soon as it appeared, would immediately be criticized to the point of being depressed. That was the life and death ring. If you are so kind, why don't you go up and try? As long as you go up the ring and wait for death, we will believe your words. You are doing it for the sake of justice, not for the sake of standing and talking. Instead, kicking people in the crotch became a hot topic. The Kunlun Taoist sect began to be known by the public. Currently, among the 4 hot favorites to win the championship, Phoenix City No. 2 High School once again took back one of the spots. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Water City No. 1 High School, which was originally a hot favorite to win the championship, encountered Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. They fought until the last person and finally lost. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who won, also had a tragic victory. These two schools had fought for an entire afternoon. Exhaustion was secondary. All the students who participated in the battle were covered in bruises and injuries. There were few who were lucky. However, the audience at their battle arena was not even 1/10 of the audience who watched Phoenix City No. 2 High School's life and death ring. After the bitter battle, the victory and defeat did not stir up any waves. There were not even many people discussing it. The battle on the stage was extremely tragic, but the internet below the stage was deserted. In the next battle for the top 15, the top 11 would advance to the next round. In the battle on the morning of the second day, Phoenix City No. 2 High School encountered a team. Originally, their overall combat power was quite impressive. They had two practitioners who had advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, and could be said to be a strong team. It was a pity that after the continuous battles, they were basically crippled. Moreover, all of them were injured. With such a lineup, against Phoenix City's second high school, which was still strong and full of fighting power, they simply admitted defeat after only 2 rounds. The battle prowess of both sides were not on the same level at all. It was better not to lose face. This smooth battle had successfully sent Phoenix City's No. 2 High School into the top 11, and they were still in first place in terms of total points. The next battle was the battle of the top 8. And for the teams that were able to make it this far, all of the students were the cream of the crop. None of them were mediocre. The next round of the quarterfinals would be held 2 days later. This was the usual practice of the large competition. At this stage of the large competition, it was inevitable that the members of every battle team would be injured and exhausted, their strength greatly reduced. Therefore, he deliberately set aside 2 days of rest to allow the exhausted students to rest and recover. He didn't deliberately target anyone, nor did he have the intention to provide assistance to anyone. South G City even opened up the martial arts nourishment chamber, and provided the nourishment cabins for the participating students to use for free. This allowed the teams that made it into the top 11 to have the benefit of recuperation and nourishment. Although Phoenix City's second high school was in first place in terms of points and also had this treatment, all of their members were in good condition and their battle prowess was not affected at all. Originally, they did not need this kind of recovery aid. But the bad thing was that the other party was too obvious with their intention of giving way. Your Phoenix City's second high school probably doesn't need the nourishment cabins. These words were said with a hint of hypocrisy. Of course we do. Sua Xiao Duo, who valued wealth more than life, did not wait for the others to speak. He immediately agreed without hesitation. We really need them. Thank you for the considerate arrangement of the large competition, thank you. The other party could not help but be dumbfounded. Out of all the teams, you are the only ones who do not have any injuries. Every one of you is full of energy. What do you need the nourishment cabins for? To soak in a bath. We have been fighting fiercely for several days. Our muscles and bones are already aching. We need to recuperate. Thank you, thank you. When can we go? Sua Xiaoduo's face was full of enthusiasm. He held the other party's hand and did not let go for a long time. This person's face was distorted. We can do it now. You guys are the first in the large competition. Naturally, you guys will be the first to recover. Every team has 5 hours of recuperation time. Because there are a lot of injured people in this large competition, more nourishment cabins will be used than usual. Great. Sua Xiaoduo's face was full of smiles. Wait for me. Let us pack up and take off all the weights. Then, take us there. As he spoke, he led the few fellows into the inner room. He even slammed the door shut. The other party's nose was almost flattened by the door. He was speechless and puzzled. You guys are not injured. Why do you need the nourishment cabins? Do you really want to soak in a bath? Inside the room, Long Yuxing and the others who knew the purpose of the nourishment cabins were also puzzled. Swa. We are not injured. Why do we need the nourishment cabins? You don't really plan to use that thing to soak in a bath, do you? Long Yuxing asked, puzzled. I say, you 5 iron fools, why can't you think deeper? Sua Xiaoduo was exasperated. Can't we enter the nourishment cabins if we are not injured? Who said that? Who made the rule? If we are not injured, why do we go in? Is it just to soak in a bath? Wan Lixio looked puzzled. Stupid. Sua Xiaoduo lowered his voice. If any of you talk about soaking in a bath again, be careful. I will get angry with you. The nourishment liquid in the nourishment cabins is the purest spiritual energy. How can it be compared to bath water? Even if you are not injured, you don't even know how to drink it. This is a great bargain delivered to our doorstep. What? Wan Lixio's voice almost changed. Drink? The others were also horrified. They looked at Sua Xiaoduo as if they were looking at a crazy demon. Boss, even if you value money more than life, you can't be so extreme, right? Sua Xiaoduo was furious. What? Am I wrong? Or is that thing poisonous? Yes. It's not poisonous, but... Wan Lixio looked conflicted. Will we die if we drink it? Sua Xiaoduo asked again. No. But... are there any benefits to drinking it? Sua Xiaoduo asked 3 times. Of course there are benefits, but... Sua Xiaoduo waved his hand and interrupted them. Since it's not poisonous and you won't die from drinking it, why are you hesitating? You don't want to take advantage of it delivered to your mouth. Sua Xiaoduo pointed at the 5 people. You want to become strong masters with this kind of awareness. You want to catch up with me. You don't even dare to drink a mouthful of the nourishment liquid. Do you think it's dirty? Do you know how much you can gain from drinking a belly full of nourishment liquid and slowly digesting it? Do you know how much your cultivation base can increase after drinking it? Do you know how much it can increase your strength? Sua Xiaoduo looked at the 5 people in surprise. What is in your brain? Is it brain matter? Why do I look down on each and every one of you now? This kind of look down. Why don't you look down on us forever? Seeing that everyone was still conflicted and hesitant, Sua Xiaoduo directly ordered, since we're going later and the matter is settled, I'm not afraid to tell you that if anyone doesn't drink it, if anyone doesn't drink enough, I'll beat him to death when he comes back. Also, don't even think about participating in the competition after this. I'm the captain and I have the final say, hee hee. Wait here. Let's go. Sua Xiaoduo opened the door and left. The 5 people behind him. Each of them had different expressions as they followed him out shyly. When the 6 people from Phoenix City No. 2 High School finished using the nourishment pods and left, the person in charge of looking after the nourishment pods discovered that a large portion of the nourishment liquid had gone down. The person in charge of the nourishment pods couldn't help but be shocked. These children looked fine, but it turned out that they had suffered serious internal injuries and had to use so much nourishment liquid to heal. It really wasn't easy. No wonder they could get first place, they had risked their lives to get it. When Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai returned from a meeting, it was already past dinner time. They frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Why didn't I see you guys eating when we were eating?" Then, when they carefully sized up the few of them, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. As far as the eye could see, Swa Xiao Duo and the rest of the 6 people were lying on the sofa with big bellies, holding their stomachs and groaning. The size of their stomachs was not much different from that of a pregnant woman who was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai's eyes almost popped out. You guys. What kind of food did you secretly eat? Why are you so full? Wan Lixio blushed and hid her head in her armpit, not saying a word. Li Chenglong looked around and saw that no one was speaking. He coughed and played the role of vice captain. Cough, it's like this. In the afternoon, we went to the nourishment pods to soak for a bit. And then? Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai stared at him and asked. Under Swa's orders. Li Chenglong held his stomach and said with difficulty, we drank all the nourishment pods in the nourishment pods. At this moment, Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai's feelings and thoughts were simply indescribable. It was a subtle feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. Swa said that it was the essence of spiritual energy. Yu Moyin held his stomach and said, it was very beneficial. Hu Ruoyun was completely dumbfounded. She didn't know what to say. Spiritual energy. Of course, it was the purest form of spiritual energy. It was indeed beneficial. This. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. Have you guys not thought about how many people have soaked in it? Luo Lai was speechless. Swa said. We were the first batch to use it this time. There was a high chance that the nourishment pods were newly infused. Even if they weren't. Nourishment pods are still nourishment pods. There is no difference in essence. Drinking it will bring us more benefits. It's better than being beaten to death because of lack of benefits. Long Yuxing held his stomach and explained weakly. The key was that he was too full. He really didn't have the energy to speak. Chapter 334. Swa Xiao Duo was at the side, holding his stomach as he tried to digest. He rolled his eyes. Look at how reluctant these guys are. You will know the benefits after you digest it. You don't know how to thank me. That you still owe me money for the space ring. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai went outside to rest as if they were sleepwalking. It looked like the 6 of them didn't need to eat for the time being. The 2 of them looked at each other for a while. Hu Ruoyun said softly, it would be strange if these guys don't succeed in the future. Luo Lai nodded. It was hard to accept at the beginning. But after thinking about it, what they said and did was right. Use all means to become stronger. This is the heart of a strong warrior. Luo Lai sighed and felt sad. Why didn't I think of drinking a little at that time? Ugh. Hu Ruoyun retched instinctively. Until the afternoon of the second day, their stomachs were still bulging. According to Swa Xiaoduo's words, even if you have to pee, you have to endure it and focus on cultivating. Try to absorb as much as you can. If you really can't absorb anymore, then do those useless things. It's really useful. Wan Lixio was exultant. I feel that a lot of new vitality has seeped into my meridians. This growth is still happening. I really want to drink more. Everyone else's faces were also filled with joy. Don't you think it's dirty now? Swa Xiao Duo looked at Wan Lixio and teased. Dirty. It's still dirty, but it's really useful. Wan Lixio was embarrassed. For strength. Swa Xiao Duo lowered his voice and said, now, I'll teach you another lesson. Once you enter the higher martial arts level, challenge the strong once in a while. Let yourself be seriously injured, or at least make it look like you're seriously injured. Then try to enter the nutrition cabin. Let me tell you, the nutrition cabin of the higher martial arts level is much stronger than what we're drinking now. The 5 people's eyes lit up as they nodded their heads, looking as if they were deep in thought. Of course, Swiss Xiao Duo did not know that his impromptu training had caused a lot of trouble for the major martial arts schools in the future. Now, he was listing out the remaining 10 teams. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had agreed to Swiss Xiaoduo's request and brought back the videos of the other teams' previous matches. The 8 of them each had a computer and were watching videos with their headsets. Swiss Xiao Duo was watching 3 videos each. After he finished reading, 3 of the teams were directly thrown into the cold palace by him. The captains of these 3 teams are at most as strong as Yu Moyin, Li Zhongming, and Long Yuxing. The others are nothing special. It would be strange if Swiss Xiao Duo was interested in such an opponent. He strolled behind the other 7 people. Stop. Xiao, Let's pause for a moment. Long Yuxing, your pause. Teacher Luo, your pause. Swiss Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly lit up. I have to watch these 3 videos one by one. These 3. Hu Ruoyun also paused her own video and said, Hidden Dragon 1. Feng Hai 3. Yang Lui. Swiss Xiao Duo nodded and said, yes. I suggest you watch Shu Wei Qing as well, Hu Ruoyun said. Apart from us, this is the most popular team to win the championship. I don't need to watch Shu Wei Qing. Swiss Xiao Duo looked at Hu Ruoyun's page and said, the 6 people in Shu Wei Qing are the kind of people who can make friends. They are very open and chivalrous. Oh. Hu Ruoyun frowned and wondered, are you praising them? Why do I feel that it doesn't sound right? Everyone roared with laughter at once. Swiss Xiao Duo said seriously, it's really a compliment. Although I don't agree with their approach, it doesn't mean that I don't have a good impression of these 6 people. On the contrary, I really appreciate them. They are standard martial artists who follow the standard spirit of martial arts. They won't hide anything. They will be a dignified army throughout the whole process. The 2 armies will confront each other with pure strength. They disdain to use any tricks. Swiss Xiao Duo said seriously to Long Yuxing and others, these 6 people, after you go to your respective high martial arts universities in the future, if you are destined to become classmates with them, you can make friends with them. Each of them belongs to the kind of people who can entrust their backs to you. You can't be wrong. Wan Lixiu and others wrote it down seriously. They had never seen Swiss Xiao Duo praise anyone. This was the first time in history. People who could be evaluated by Swiss Xiao Duo like this must not be wrong. This was already the consensus of the 5 people, also known as basic common sense. The headmaster of Shuwei City No. 1 Middle School was the general of the Southern Army, Gu Qianfan, the sword of no return. When Gu Qianfan was the first vanguard of the Southern Army, he would go forward in every battle and would rather break than bend. His sword of no return meant that he would rather go straight and not ask for something in a curve. Once the sword is out, there is no turning back. Hu Ruoyun sighed and said, Headmaster Gu Qianfan later encountered the Grand Sage of Fire in a battle. Half of his body was destroyed by the True Essence Fire. The frontline doctors tried all means but still couldn't repair it. His life was in danger. In order to save his life, Marshal Nan Jingqian personally asked for the Heaven Reversal Pill. The one who had the Heaven Reversal Pill was old Minister Nan of the Ministry of Finance, who was Marshal Nan's father. The old man's request was that the Marshal of the Southern Army should come back to take over the Ministry of Finance when his term was up. Otherwise, he would not give the Heaven Reversal Pill. Marshal Nan agreed immediately and asked for the Heaven Reversal Pill to save Gu Qianfan's life. Gu Qianfan felt ashamed to face Marshal Nan. He was disabled, so he resolutely retired from the army. Later, he became the headmaster of Shuwei Qing No. 1 Middle School until now. Since then, all the students from Shuwei Qing No. 1 Middle School have been like this. They would rather break than bend and die than submit. Shuiqing #1 Middle School will never accept those who have a slightly wrong character, even if their qualifications are incredible. Hu Ruoyun said, Gu Qianfan is a legendary figure. It's natural for him to teach such students. It's not surprising. He's indeed a legendary figure. It's just a normal operation to teach 6 upright heroes in one breath. Sua Xiaoduo said, You don't say. The 6 of them are like the same mold. It's amazing. He smiled and said, In fact, if Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan hadn't been with me for a long time, they should be such people. Li Chenglong said lazily, I know. One who stays with ink will be stained black. Swollen. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes showed a fierce light. Give me the money in your space ring quickly. Li Chenglong coughed and replied very casually, What are you shouting for? I don't have money now. When I earn money in the future, I will naturally give it to you. Why are you in a hurry? Am I the kind of person who owes money and doesn't pay it back? Sua Xiaoduo was speechless and said to Hu Ruoyun, Look, what kind of quality the students in our school have. Hu Ruoyun pursed her lips and smiled. I remember that Li Chenglong was very honest before he met you. I also think that what he said just now is really right. One who stays with the cinnabar is marked by the red. The students taught by the old headmaster Gu are first class, open and above board. Well, Xiaoduo, I don't mean anything else. Don't think too much. Sua Xiaoduo was hit by this sentence and directly closed his eyes. He silently turned around and watched the video. As Sua Xiaoduo watched, he constantly paused and tilted his head to watch. After a while, the others gathered behind him. The captain and vice captain of Hidden Dragon High School #1 are both hiding their strength and hiding a lot. The 2 girls should also be hiding their strength. I feel that the one with the highest combat power in Fenghai High School #3 should be #2. The captain is not necessarily the strongest among them. Sua Xiaoduo frowned as he watched and said, The tall girl from Yangluo High School is very noteworthy. Her strength is unfathomable. She is the one who hides her strength the most out of everyone. Right now, our biggest opponent is still Hidden Dragon #1 High School. They should have used the benefits in room #1 as soon as they came, causing their strength to increase by another step. However, because of this benefit, their control of their own aura is no longer perfect, and there are many unnatural situations. It should be because they are not used to the sudden increase in strength. After Sua Xiaoduo finished his comments, he continued to watch. After watching for a while, he paused again. Then he continued to comment. How can you tell? Hu Ruoyun was a little surprised. Because my ability to hide my strength is far better than theirs. When it comes to hiding strength, I am the ancestor. Sua Xiaoduo coughed and said proudly, Hiding my strength like this is the right way to do it. I am worthy of the Best Actor award. Their so-called concealment is only at the entry level and is not worth mentioning. I believe that their concealment was already seen through by the referees, but absolutely no one saw through my concealment. Sua Xiaoduo showed a lonely expression and sighed, There are too few people like me in the world. Other than wanting to laugh, everyone was speechless. You are so insidious that you actually know how to be insidious and still boast about yourself. For 2 days in a row. Sua Xiaoduo stayed in his room and studied the battle video. He felt more and more that there were indeed many geniuses in this world. He had indeed underestimated the heroes of the world before. Facing such a group of insidious people, Sua Xiaoduo felt very melancholy. How annoying. Why are these people so insidious? Until this night. Sua Xiaoduo ordered. Everyone, take off the weights. Sua Xiaoduo's face was very serious. From tomorrow onwards, prepare for a fierce battle. Not confident. Hu Ruoyun's face also became serious. It's not that we are not confident. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was sullen. In the current situation, we have to try to hide our strength as much as possible so that it will be difficult for our opponents to determine our strength in the future. If we stick to the traditional method, when we start a match with any of the families, there is a possibility that the next opponent will take advantage of our weakness. Our goal is to win, so of course, we have to avoid this situation. So, after tomorrow's battle, everyone will start a special training. Make changes or create reverse traps based on our own weaknesses. And this will require the rich martial arts experience of the two teachers to help us complete. Luo Lai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This is definitely not a problem. We will do our best." Fourth update, looking for monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Subscribe. Chapter 335. Not only that, but we also have to study the traps that they may set for us. At my current level, I'm not afraid of any of them, but Swollen and the others. If we're not careful, it's very likely that we'll be defeated. I hope that my teammates can complete this competition with a complete victory. But now it seems that it's a little difficult. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "There are only 30 pills with special effects to recover true inner force. It's not enough." Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Hu Ruoyun frowned and said, "How many more do we need?" "I'll think of a way. We need at least 12 more pills." Zhuo Xiaoduo estimated. "I'll go and get them." Hu Ruoyun turned and left. "Tomorrow. I want all of you to keep your spirits up. Now, remove the weights and get used to your current state. Then, train your speed accordingly. Don't panic and be in a state of panic." Zhuo Xiaoduo said. It was a quiet night. The next morning, the weather was great. The sun was shining brightly, like a fire. Zhuo Xiaoduo brought his team to the arena very early. It was still the first group. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuo Xiaoduo and his team of 6 arrived with their clothes fluttering in the wind. The eyes of the referees, who had been waiting for them, lit up. They looked more expectant than before. Previously, these 6 little fellows were all dressed up like they were going for a spin. But now, they were all agile and elegant. It was obvious that they had removed their own weight. They had been carrying weights before and had swept the competition. Now that they had removed their weights, how powerful would they be? One by one, the teams came to the arena. The 11 teams were brimming with energy and vigor. 5 matches would be held today. After the 5 matches, the 5 defeated teams and the team with a bye would draw lots again. The losers would be eliminated directly, and the winners would advance to the top 8. The first group. All the matches would be completed here. Although it was only 8:00 in the morning, the weather was already unbearably hot. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others arrived, the other teams were already in place. As Zhuo Xiaoduo walked forward, there were many teachers who greeted him cordially. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, you look very energetic today." "Hee hee." Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. "Teacher, you're even more spirited." "Zhuo Xiaoduo, why are you so late today?" "I'm sorry, teacher. There was a traffic jam." "Zhuo Xiaoduo, do your best." Teacher Ma Zhangxi shouted. "Thank you, Teacher Ma. Zhuo Xiaoduo will never forget your kindness." "Good child." Teacher Ma was comforted. Zhuo Xiaoduo. After countless greetings, Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled all the way. Gradually, his face became stiff. "Yu Moyin." In front, Teacher Luo Yanling jumped out. "Good luck." "Thank you, Teacher Luo." Yu Moyin also had feelings for Teacher Luo, so he responded gratefully. The students from the other 10 teams were all dumbfounded by this situation. Why were the students from Phoenix City's number 2 high school so popular? Why did it seem like the hundreds of teachers present at the scene all recognized them? All of them couldn't be the descendants of some big shot, could they? Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai had just sat down when a few teachers came to find them. Teacher Hu, Teacher Luo. That's me. What can I do for you, teacher? It's like this. We're from the disciplinary committee of the tournament committee. We have something to ask the two of you. Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai were both puzzled by the arrival of these people. Why would the disciplinary committee of the tournament committee look for them? They didn't violate the rules. The two teachers hesitated for a moment. They considered their words carefully and said, "It's like this. Just the day before yesterday, Teacher Li Qingqiu from Fenghai No. 13 High School took the remaining 3 students and withdrew from the tournament. They returned to Fenghai. Teacher Hu should know about this." Hu Ruoyun said, "I know." At that time, Teacher Li Qingqiu expressed his intention to forfeit. We didn't have the intention to kill them and agreed to their forfeit. Since they forfeited, they should go back. Yes, this part of the situation is basically the same as what we know. The teacher nodded and said, "It said that Teacher Li Qingqiu and Teacher Hu. When you were young, you had old grudges." Hu Ruoyun nodded honestly and said, "This is not a secret." What happened back then? Teacher Hu was very generous. He told them about the past in detail. The teacher took notes seriously and his eyes swept over Hu Ruoyun. Zhua Xiao Duo, who was following by the side, felt that something was amiss. He couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, from what you're saying, could it be that something happened to Teacher Li on the way here?" The teacher glanced at Zhua Xiao Duo and sighed, "That's right. Teacher Li was attacked on the way back. We don't know if he's dead or alive. There's such a thing. That's so satisfying." Zhua Xiaoduo's face was full of surprise. Then he said, I mean. This is really indescribable. This Teacher Li has offended too many people in these 2 days. It's really good to be kind to others." The teacher opposite them was stunned when he heard this. Hey, this. It should be said that the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. That Li Qingqiu had really offended a lot of people these 2 days. Just the fact that he was found out on the spot while cursing Huayang High School in the stands. He believed that a lot of people wanted to beat him up. He was unlucky. No matter who did it, the words "satisfying" were really appropriate. Hu Ruoyun laughed and said, "Teacher, are you suspecting that I attacked Teacher Li Qingqiu?" The teacher's expression turned awkward. He paused and said, "According to the investigation, Teacher Li's enemy." Ahem. Hu Ruoyun said solemnly, Hu Ruoyun, swear to God that I didn't do it. In fact, my whereabouts these 2 days are all well documented. Even if I wanted to, I didn't have the time to do it. And Hu Ruoyun smiled faintly. This old grudge of mine has really been in the past for too many years. If you want to take revenge silently, there are too many opportunities. Why do you want to arouse suspicion at this sensitive time? There was nothing wrong with what he said. All the suspicions were washed away in one go. Zhua Xiaoduo asked curiously, "Hello, teacher. It's been hard on you. I want to ask, is that Teacher Li's injury serious?" The teacher nodded and said with a smile, "This Teacher Li is very unlucky. Although it's not fatal, but all the meridians in his body are broken. His dantian is directly penetrated. His Jin Dan is shattered. His limbs are broken and his spine is smashed. I'm afraid." He shook his head and sighed. The others who heard this trembled all over. This injury. It was really better to die. If this teacher Li Qingqiu continued to live like this, there seemed to be only one result, which was to live a life worse than death. Sua Xiaoduo sighed sadly. Teacher Li is too pitiful. What kind of deep hatred does he have? How could he be so cruel? If there's a chance, I'll definitely go to Fenghai to visit. The teacher smiled and said, Li Qingqiu most likely ended up like this because of himself. We're just doing a routine investigation. We don't have any other intentions. Sua Xiaoduo asked curiously, then why did you ask our teacher who? Because. According to another teacher and 3 students who were present, the one who did this was a woman. The teacher smiled bitterly. Actually, we're just asking casually. Because. There were 2 groups of people who did this. The first group stopped Li Qingqiu and the others. They didn't care about the others and only attacked Li Qingqiu himself. They directly crippled him. Then the others carried teacher Li Qingqiu and continued to walk back. After walking for 100 miles, another woman came to seek revenge. Her target was also teacher Li Qingqiu. She had nothing to do with the others. After seeing him beaten to such a state, she was still a little dissatisfied and broke all the bones in his body. All of them were women. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned and then guessed, it seems that this teacher Li is probably a scumbag. Teachers, you might as well follow this line of investigation. Maybe it's the people who have been harmed by teacher Li all these years who came to seek revenge. Sigh, this person can't be a scumbag. This is a fresh lesson. Long Yuxing, remember this. Long Yuxing. What the hell did I do to provoke you? You're using me as a benchmark. I just owe you a little money, is it worth it? As Sua Xiaoduo reminded Long Yuxing, he took this opportunity to look at Wan Lixiu. He saw that Xiu also opened her eyes wide and looked confused. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Wan Lixiu didn't do this. Then this matter was going to be interesting. Inexplicably, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. This can't be Teacher Mu. Can't be. Teacher Mu shouldn't be here. Right? Sua Xiaoduo had an idea and murmured, could it be Teacher Ma? But he doesn't look like a narrow-minded person. Ahem. Hu Ruoyun coughed repeatedly and looked at Sua Xiaoduo sternly. This guy is addicted to making trouble. Even if he wants to shift the blame to Jiangdong, he can't hurt anyone he catches. The high school teacher glanced at Sua Xiaoduo and saw that Sua Xiaoduo had lowered his head like a quail, looking like he had made a mistake. He couldn't help but laugh and said, no, Huayang High School won't go so far as to. After saying a few words, the high school teacher got up and left. Then, he walked around a few times and found a few people. Finally, he found teacher Ma Jiangxi of Huayang High School. Then, he saw teacher Ma Jiangxi shake his head with a confused face that the so-called won't investigate was, of course, just empty words. Sua Xiaoduo was puzzled. Who did this? I deliberately saved it to play in Fenghai. Chapter 336. On the rostrum. A high school teacher from the organizers stood up. He seemed to be a leader as he began to read the rules and introduced the 11 teams that had entered the current round. Then, it was time for the team leaders to draw lots. This time, there were 5 matches at the same time. They were all held in the first district and the first arena. The competition schedule was very concentrated, and the winning and losing principle was to win 3 out of 5 matches. This meant that if a team of 6 people was lucky enough, one of them would not even need to make a move to secure the victory. Or, if they were unlucky, the other 3 would not even need to make a move to lose. Of course, there had been cases of losing 3 matches in a row, and then the other 3 would win 3 matches in a row. In the end, it was a tragic situation of winning 4 out of 7 matches. The real-time ranking was as follows: Phoenix City 2nd High School, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Water City No. 1 High School, Southern G No. 1 High School, Shirko No. 1 High School, Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School, Tsang Mountain No. 1 High School, Dragon Belly No. 1 High School, Garrison No. 1 High School. There were a total of 11 teams, and no one was absent. Besides Phoenix City 2nd High School and Fenghai No. 3 High School, the other martial arts schools were all from the same city. It could be seen that the so-called No. 1 High School is the key. Mentality was almost the same in the entire continent. It was also the place where the geniuses gathered. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. The men wore black robes, and the women wore plain long skirts. They were valiant and formidable looking. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. They were all tall and slender. Looking at them, they were a scenery. 4 men and 2 women. They were outstanding. Fenghai No. 3 High School was dressed in black. No matter the men or women, they were all the same. They had a unique style. Water City No. 1 High School. 3 men and 3 women were dressed in snow-white clothes. The sword hilts were exposed on their shoulders. They were like 6 sharp swords that had been unsheathed. The cold light flickered, and they were indomitable. Yangluo No. 1 High School. They were all dressed in blue robes. The 6 of them were all men. They sat cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. They did not care about their surroundings. The other schools also had their own unique characteristics. The most eye-catching people from Phoenix City 2nd High School. The first impression they gave was only one word: rustic. How uncouth. It was probably because these guys were wearing the school uniform with the school emblem embroidered on it. Originally, if this was the end of it, it would still be passable. However, the neat words on their backs, Phoenix City 2nd High School, pulled down the style of this set of uniform by a few notches. It was as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were from Phoenix City's 2nd High School. A martial arts teacher walked out with a box of lots in his hands. The drawing of lots begins. All team leaders, please step forward to draw lots. Zhou Xiaoduo stood up calmly, and the 11 captains took a step forward from their respective teams. None of them continued to walk forward. Instead, they swept their eyes across the faces of the other 10 people. The 11 of them felt their faces burning at the same time, as if there were 10 different weapons circling around their faces. Behind them, all the teachers in charge stood up at the same time, retreated 4 positions, and sat down on the spectator stand. According to the rules, they were not allowed to stay beside the team. In other words, from now on, all decisions could only be made by the team itself. All the teachers in charge had a look of worry on their faces. Even if they were full of confidence in the team they were leading, there was no weakling among the remaining teams. No one dared to guarantee that their own students would win, take the lead, and come out on top. Even the teachers in charge of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who had always had the highest chance of winning, felt extremely uneasy at this moment. After all, it wasn't as if there hadn't been strange occurrences before. The simplest example was that the first and second strongest teams had drawn lots together. After an extreme battle, both sides had suffered losses. In the end, a student whose overall strength was below theirs easily took the lead and became the champion. Although luck was also a part of strength, and a very large part of it, losing like this was still not something one could accept. Therefore, this drawing of lots was luck, but it was also a skill. Zhou Xiaoduo was the first to speak, breaking the silence with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Everyone hasn't moved yet. I guess everyone is waiting for me, who is ranked first, to move first. No problem, no problem. After all, not only is our Phoenix City number 2 high school ranked first, but now it seems that among the 11 captains, I'm also the tallest. So a Xiao duo laughed and took the lead to walk out. Why don't we just line up according to height and walk over together? It'll look so neat. The other 10 captains all rolled their eyes. This guy. Who wants to line up with you? Why should we listen to you? If we were to listen to you, wouldn't we become your accessories? Therefore, after Zhua Xiao duo, the 10 captains all stepped out and walked towards the high platform in 10 different directions. Neither fast nor slow, their footsteps were firm, and they moved forward courageously. The aura of the 10 captains was sharp. Zhua Xiao duo quickened his pace and was the first to arrive in front of the lot box. He said sweetly, "Thank you, teacher. Teacher, you've worked hard. When you come to Phoenix City, please let me know. This student will do his best to be a good host. Thank you, teacher, for your hard work today." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and drew the first lot under the teacher's comfortable smile. Without even looking, he retreated to the side. The next moment, the 10 captains came to the lot box and stretched out their hands at the same time. The host teacher, who was originally full of kindness, frowned at once. Originally, nothing had happened. Everything was normal. However, after seeing Zhua Xiaoduo's sweet-talking and extraordinarily polite scene, why did this teacher feel that? These 10 captains seemed to be a little lacking in quality. The teacher has been standing here for so long. You don't even know how to thank me. You're stretching out your hands. Are you robbing me? What about your upbringing? What about your manners? He couldn't help but take a step back and frowned. What are you doing? Line up, one by one. I've already done everything for you in front. Why is it still so noisy? Where's your decency? The 10 captains' outstretched hands stopped in midair. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Zhua Xiao duo. This bastard, he had unknowingly led them into another pit. Damn, why did I say another? Zhua Xiao duo, who was being glared at by everyone, still had an honest smile on his face. He looked at everyone with eyes full of encouragement and said with a face full of righteousness, "Why are you looking at me? Just listen to your teacher. Teacher has such a good temper. How can I really be angry with you?" The 10 captains were so angry that they almost fainted. If it weren't for the last trace of rationality holding them back, they would have attacked him on the spot and beaten this bastard until half of his body was paralyzed. This bastard had an innocent and honest look on his face. However, only those who were involved in the situation knew that every word he said was a trap, and every sentence had a hook. How could there be such a despicable person in this world? How on earth did he train to look so simple and honest? Was this talent, or was it because of hard work and hard work? With a belly full of anger, they took a step back and took turns to draw lots. When they were drawing lots, everyone said, "Teacher, you've worked hard." This sentence was originally very normal. However, after this, why did it feel so suffocating when they said this sentence? They felt suffocated, but they didn't know that the teacher in charge of drawing lots was even more annoyed than them. If you don't want to say hello, then don't. Every one of you gritted your teeth and said, "Teacher, you've worked hard." I'm really fucking a dog. Are you fucking saying hello to me, or are you venting your anger on me? There really was no harm without comparison. Now they knew what was gold and what was rubble. After the drawing of lots, this teacher didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood on the stage and said a few words. There's something that I didn't want to say, but I really have to say it. The teacher held the empty lot box with a gloomy expression on his face. Our Central Plains Longhu ranking competition is held once a year. The original intention was good, but now, there are really too many things that don't suit our Central Plains. One after another, they keep coming one after another. I have to say a few words. I'm just a teacher, and I know that my words carry little weight. However, standing here, I still have to remind everyone. What kind of place is the land that we're occupying? This is the land of ancient Chi and Guru in the ancient times. It's also the land of the saints in the legends, the land of etiquette. Not only that, it's said to be the ancient land of gods. In the ancient times, when students enter the examination hall, they have to kowtow to the teacher to thank him for his efforts. An invigilator, a teacher for a day, but a father for life. This is called etiquette. I don't expect you to know etiquette, and I don't expect you to be grateful for a lifetime. However, at the very least, you have to have basic etiquette, right? This teacher said resentfully, but I don't understand. Now that you've learned martial arts, carried the title of a genius, and achieved great success, you can disregard respect and completely ignore etiquette. What kind of saying is this? All the teachers here have come from all over the world. Their original intention is to recruit students for their own schools, but it's also for the safety of these competitions. We don't have anything else, only the school's salary and prize money. Coming here, we don't have a single cent of profit. Then, why did we come? After so many days of competition, who would first ask, teachers have worked hard before going up the stage. If we disregard a few extremely rare students, this sentence is almost completely unheard of. It seems that the teacher's efforts, maintenance, and everything else is what they should do. Everything is so natural and logical. Everything is fair and reasonable. Is it really so? Is it like this? Is it so natural and right? Tens of thousands of miles, coming here from afar, under the scorching sun, taking care of, maintaining, protecting. Is it so natural and right? This teacher's voice was stern. Where has your respect for your teachers gone? Where has your respect and admiration gone? Where is your gratefulness hidden? Have your manners and respect been eaten by dogs? Especially you 10 captains. As captains, are you supposed to set an example for others? Just because Sua Xiaoduo came up to greet you, you are dissatisfied, and so you are collectively indignant to this extent. You feel that you are being controlled. That you are being manipulated. That you are being framed. That you are being set up. This is supposed to be natural and right. How can it be a trap in your eyes? How can it be a trap? How can it be a scheme? Is your self-esteem and pride so unattainable and untouchable? Look at your eyes, it's as if you want to swallow Sua Xiaoduo alive. Why? It's a very normal thing, a very ordinary greeting. How can it be worth bearing such a grudge? Since you don't want to greet me, just draw a lot and get lost. Do you think I care about you calling me teacher? In the end, all of you are gritting your teeth and greeting me with an ashen face. Are you greeting me or cursing me? In the future, when you come up to draw lots, other than Sua Xiaoduo, don't greet me. I am just Xiao's teacher, and I don't deserve a greeting from you bunch of geniuses. On the stage, this teacher vented his anger for a long time. His face was ashen, and he left in a huff. Didn't you see him sit down as soon as he came back? He didn't even look at it. Otherwise, wouldn't he have already started to arrange the troops? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. It's a good opportunity for me to take a break. Is it really a buy? Several others were curious and came over to check it out. Sua Xiaoduo snorted and lowered his voice. He winked and said, "There's only one empty spot. If I don't take it out, do you think I'll just let someone else take it out to see what's going on?" He showed the lot. The number 11 on it was dazzling. Wow! Immediately, Sua Xiaoduo jumped up from his seat excitedly. He was so excited that he attracted everyone's attention. He shouted happily, "What good luck! It's actually a bye." His voice was so loud that it was deafening. Immediately, it attracted everyone's attention. Immediately after, countless people cursed in their hearts, and there were even more people who were jealous in their hearts. How could his luck be so good? The results of the draw. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School vs Garrison No. 1 High School. Fonghai No. 3 High School vs Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School. Yangluo No. 1 High School vs Tsangshan No. 1 High School. Water City No. 1 High School vs Nanji No. 1 High School. Shirko No. 1 High School vs Longbu No. 1 High School. Phoenix City No. 2 High School, a bye. After the drawing of lots, the 5 competition venues were waiting for the 2 teams to enter the venue. The referees of each venue were also in place, waiting for the match. Sua Xiao Duo urgently assigned tasks. Go and watch the show. Through this competition, I hope to see the actual situation of these teams. I'll go and watch the battle between Hidden Dragon and Garrison. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio, you two go and watch the battle between Fonghai and Fengwei. Li Chenglong, you go and watch the battle between Yang Luo and Tsangshan. Yu Moyan, you're in charge of the battle between Water City and Nanji. Li Zhongming, the remaining match is yours. Let me tell you, Li Zhongming, if you fall asleep, I'll eat you alive. Sua Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and threatened Li Zhongming. Immediately, Li Zhongming was so scared that his eyes widened and he was no longer sleepy. If someone else said this, Li Zhongming could laugh it off. However, Li Zhongming didn't dare to doubt Sua Xiaoduo's words. If Boss Sua said that he was going to eat Li Zhongming raw, then it was really possible that he was going to swallow him whole, that he could not afford to be careless at all. However, what Li Zhongming did not understand was why they did not separate Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio even though they knew that he was a little unreliable. Why did they not separate Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio and let them each take charge of one match? What's so great about the two of them? It was just a competition, yet they still had to eat mouthfuls of dog food. Yes, the two of them were indeed great. Hu Ruoyun and Hu Lai both heaved a sigh of relief when they drew a bye for the first round. This way, they could deal with the situation more calmly. The 6 of them set off according to the arrangement and went to 5 different arenas to watch the show and spy on the enemy. Yu Moyan, you can try to find teacher Luo Yenling. If you don't understand, just ask. You must know how to use your advantages. Sua Xiaoduo whispered to Yu Moyan. Yu Moyan blushed. Obviously, he was embarrassed, but he still squeezed his way through. Luo Yenling was pleasantly surprised to see that Yu Moyan, who she thought highly of, was walking towards her. It seemed like he was going to watch the other matches. She was pleasantly surprised and took the initiative to welcome him. Yu Moyan. What are you going to do? Yu Moyan heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he did not have to ask first. Scratching his head, he said with a troubled expression, we won't be participating in this match. Our boss assigned me a mission to spy on the other side. My target is the match between Water City First High School and South G First High School. As he spoke, his dark and thin face showed that he was in a difficult position. That's easy. Luo Yenling was worried about not being able to get closer to him. She immediately volunteered. I'll take you there. Is that okay? Yu Moyan's face was full of hesitation. What's not okay about it? Let's go. The match is about to start. Luo Yenling pulled Yu Moyan away. Sua Xiaoduo, who was watching from afar, heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and went to find Teacher Ma Zhangxi. Hello, Teacher Ma. Sua Xiaoduo was as obedient and sensible as always. Sua Xiaoduo. Ma Zhangxi had a very good impression of Sua Xiaoduo. He smiled as soon as he saw him. His long horse face was smiling like a flower. You came to find me. Yes. Swa Xiao Duo went straight to the point. Didn't we happen to have a buy this round? But luck can't be used to make a living. In the end, we still have to rely on our strength. I was thinking of going to watch the match between Hidden Dragon No. 1 Middle School and Garrison No. 1 Middle School. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. But according to the rules, our teachers can't accompany us. I'm afraid that I won't be able to understand some parts. Ma Jiangxi laughed. It's a piece of cake. Come with me. Okay. Ma Jiangxi took Swa Xiao Duo and flew directly to the referee's seat. He said, "This place has the best view." Thank you so much, Teacher Ma. Swa Xiaoduo's face revealed a bit of uneasiness and awkwardness. If I do this, won't people say? Why don't I go down? Ma Jiangxi laughed. I'm standing here. Who dares to say anything? What kind of hothead is that? You can just stay here and watch. If anyone dares to fart, I'll kill him. The 6 referees at the side were all speechless. Ma Jiangxi, you took the lead to break the rules and even threatened others. Why, do you think your face is big now? You only have a fucking horse face. You only have a long face. You're not big. But at this moment, they were really embarrassed to slap Ma Jiangxi in the face. They could only let him stay. In the end, this was really not a big deal. Spying on the opponent's strength was the right thing to do. There was nothing to talk about. Hello, teachers. You've worked hard. As usual, Swa Xiaoduo's mouth was as sweet as honey. He eagerly went forward and tried to worm his way into being friends with them. With the teacher's profound cultivation, it must be extremely boring for you to come and watch us play like kids. Yet, you still have to seriously watch and analyze our potential. It's getting more and more difficult. And you've been doing so much for your students all year round. When I think about it, I really feel that it's not easy for you teachers. This work doesn't seem difficult, but if you analyze it carefully, who knows how much effort you put in. It's really countless times more than the fierce battle. It might not be as worry-free as the battle at Sun Moon Pass. Teachers, thank you very much. Swa Xiaoduo bowed solemnly and thanked them. When the 6 judges heard these words, they all had the same feeling. What he said had hit the nail on the head. Wasn't it just like that? After so many years, who really looked up to the hard work of the high martial arts teachers? Easy. Who dared to say it was easy? They would directly knock out their teeth. Everyone, give me a few recommendation votes. It's a little too little. There will be a 4th update later. Chapter 338. After listening to Swa Xiaoduo's speech, the teachers were filled with emotions. Just as Swa Xiaoduo had said, any one of them would be able to wipe out this group of students without much effort. Not to mention, there was no point in comparing their combat prowess. Even with such rookies fighting each other, they still had to sit here and act as judges. They also had to analyze the specific situation, individual combat awareness, various aptitudes, and so on. They were really tired of doing the same thing every day for so many years, but they had to do it. If this group of little fellows could not grow up, who would take over the heavy burden of the other side? Which powerhouse did not start at this stage? Generation after generation of powerhouses walked out of the school and went to various positions. Each of them became heroes, role models, and legends. They were praised by the world and admired by the world. However, the teachers who taught them continued to stay at their original positions day after day. They continued to teach batch after batch of new students. Who had the right to know their hard work and how difficult it was for them? Swishaoduo's speech warmed the hearts of the 6 people, but there was also a sour feeling in their hearts. It's not easy. An old man with a white beard sighed softly. It's rare that there are still children nowadays who can say such things. This old man is worth it. This time, I traveled 17,000 miles to come here. Even if it's just because of this speech, this trip is worth it. Yes, Swishaoduo, you're very good. Another middle-aged female teacher said with sparkling eyes, Swishaoduo, do you have a high martial arts school that you like now? Ma Zhengxi frowned and said angrily, what are you trying to do? Swishaoduo's face was bashful and honest. With an extremely sincere look, he said, actually, this student has not thought of a good place to go until now. I want to ask the teachers of this school for advice, but the teachers of this school stay in Phoenix City all year round. Phoenix City is located at the border, so I don't know much about the outside world. Therefore, if teachers have any suggestions, this student will definitely listen with an open mind and consider them carefully. After hearing what he said, the 6 judges and Ma Zhengxi felt embarrassed to directly recommend their own school. Yes, the students trusted them and came to ask for advice. If he only wanted to pull them to his own school, he would be too selfish. If his school was one of the top 3 famous martial arts universities, it would be fine. But if it wasn't, it was only for the good of his school. What if he really hindered this child's future? With this child's aptitude, it was best for him to go to Ancestral Dragon in Shangjing. There was the most suitable teacher for him there. However, if he were to deceive her with flowery words for the sake of his school, it was a huge delay. Every school wanted a genius. However, there was one thing that could not be doubted. Only with a specific cultivation technique, a specific physique, and a specific environment could it be perfectly compatible. This was the principle of getting twice the result with half the effort. It seems that we still need to think about it carefully. The white-bearded teacher muttered to himself and slowly said, if you want to come to our school, we will naturally welcome you with open arms. However, if you only want a fair suggestion, you still need to seriously consider it. Swishaoduo respectfully said, thank you, teacher. Actually, it is still early. In this competition, the reason why my Phoenix City's second high school was able to come to this stage was not without luck. However, this student does not have the confidence to go one step further, or even to become the champion. Why don't I wait for the final results to come out and consult the teachers? I believe that at that time, the teachers will have a better understanding of me. At that time, the suggestions will be more valuable and more comprehensive. This child, you are really not bad. The few judges were very appreciative. It was rare that this child was not anxious or impatient. Moreover, he was so clear-headed. He was simply experienced in worldly affairs. Indeed, only at that time would they be able to make the most direct and comprehensive judgment. The bell rang. 2 teams appeared one after the other on both sides. However, the 12 people on both sides of the battle were all shocked. That kid with a face full of smiles and flattery, wasn't that the captain of Phoenix City's second high school, Swishaoduo? This bastard, why was he sitting at the referee's table? Oh, no, he was sitting at the referee's table. But what was going on? We're all here for the competition. Why are you looking down on us from above? What's going on? Even if you were here to spy on us, you shouldn't be so open and aboveboard, right? Could it be that you were watching a big show? The few people from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School especially felt that they were no different from a fucking dog. Why the fuck are you haunting us? Go and look at the other teams. Why are you staring at us? However, now was not the time to think about this. Because the battle was about to start. They really did not have the time or the mood. There was no time to be distracted. On the opposite side, the 6 students from the Garrison No. 1 High School were burning with fighting spirit. They deeply knew that there was a gap between them and Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. However, even if there was a gap, so what? If we fight to the death, we might still have a chance. Since that was the case, then let's fight to the death. Everyone had the same thought, and their hearts shared the same reasoning. The moment the two sides came up, it was an explosive start of life and death. This battle was so fierce that even Shuo Duo was shocked. In the first battle, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School sent out a boy and the Garrison No. 1 High School sent out a girl. The two sides fought fiercely and did not hold back. They fought until both sides were injured. One of the legs of the boy from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School was directly broken. The girl on the opposite side suffered countless blows. Almost 1/3 of her bones were broken. Finally, she could not bear the heavy burden and fainted. This was the end of the first battle. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School won the first battle. It was a tragic victory. This kind of tragic atmosphere made the hearts of both the referee and the students sink. In the second battle, the captain of the Garrison No. 1 High School fought fiercely against the vice captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. Both sides were injured. The captain of the Garrison No. 1 High School was hit 7 times. More than 1 kilogram of flesh was shaved off his body. However, he forcefully knocked the vice captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School off the stage. He spat out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood and pieces of his internal organs before fainting. In the second battle, the Garrison No. 1 High School won, but it was also a tragic victory. The name of the Garrison No. 1 High School came from its name. It was said that this city was the place where the army was stationed before the war between the two armies in ancient times. Since ancient times, the people were valiant and did not fear death. The students of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School could be said to have perfectly inherited this valiant style. No matter who they met, there was only one word to describe it: fight. Even if they could not kill their opponents, could they not kill themselves? Now that they had met Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, they had already made up their minds. Even if they were to risk their lives, they would drag the Emperor down from his high horse. After the fourth battle, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School had 2 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. There were no exceptions for the contestants from both sides. They were all covered with injuries, both internal and external. In the fifth battle, the captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School personally fought. On the surface, Shuo Duo did not show any change in expression. However, he secretly raised his spirits and observed with rapt attention. This guy was an old silver coin. He was practically the biggest old silver coin besides Laozi. Laozi must take a good look at this guy's background. In this battle, the captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School won rather easily. The atmosphere was much more relaxed than the previous 4 battles. The reason was simple. He had been forced to reveal his hidden embryonic breathing realm strength by his opponent. If he did not reveal his strength, which was far superior to his opponent's, he would have to bear a great deal of damage. Balancing the two evils, he chose to reveal his hidden strength and use his strength to suppress and crush his opponent. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how tenacious one's fighting spirit was, it was useless. Victory and defeat were clear. Xiaoduo's judgment was that this guy was still holding back his strength. However, based on the instantaneous eruption, he should be at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. He still had not reached the primordial elixir realm. Looking at the strength, this guy should be a ruthless character who has suppressed his cultivation. Xiaoduo thought to himself, at least 4 or 5 times he has suppressed the agitation of his vital essence. Moreover, he has already broken through to the high level of the embryonic breathing realm. The upper limit of his strength is very likely to be at the half step to the primordial elixir realm. It is rather impressive. In our team, other than me, there is really no one else who is a match for this guy. 5 battles, Hidden Dragon number 1 High School has 3 wins, 1 loss, and 1 draw. The winner is number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon. On the opposite side, the leader of the garrison store stood up with blood all over his body. He smiled slightly and said, I originally wanted to fight all 6 battles, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance to fight the 6th battle. However, we have already tried our best. We have no more regrets. He looked at the people from number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon and said calmly, It is a pity that this is not a battle formation fight. This sentence caused the expressions of all the teachers present to change. The valiant spirit of the students from number 1 High School of the Garrison Store could be said to be the most suitable fighting style for a battle of life and death on the battlefield. If they met these people from number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon on the battlefield, the number of casualties would definitely be less than that of number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon. Even if their cultivation was far inferior, even if their realms were not as good, when it came to a battle of life and death on the battlefield, that the final winner might not be number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon. The leader of number 1 High School of Hidden Dragon was silent for a while. Then, he said calmly, Maybe, but in this battle, we have won. The leader of the garrison store said calmly, From the beginning, we did not expect to win. We only used all our strength so that you won't have it so easy in the next battle. You people from Hidden Dragon have been in first place for too long. This time, even if we have to cripple ourselves, we will reduce your strength by 30%. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Duo. He smiled and said, Leader Zhua, do your best. Next year, I hope that Phoenix City's number 2 high school will be the defending champion. Xiao Duo laughed loudly and said, Thank you, thank you. You have worked hard. If it is really as you said, I will treat you to wine for a year. Words are like the wind. It is a promise. The leader of the garrison store laughed and waved his hand. Then, he carried one of his brothers on his back and another in his arms and walked down the stage with the other team members. Even though he was seriously injured, he still walked with his back straight and his aura was dignified. The people from Hidden Dragon turned their heads and looked at Xiao Duo. Their expressions were unfriendly. Chapter 339. Captain Zhua, your declaration is a bit premature. You may not even have the chance to fight against Hidden Dragon. The captain of Hidden Dragon smiled faintly, his gaze as sharp as a sword. You're right. Xiao Duo smiled and said, with Hidden Dragon's current situation, it's very likely that you'll be eliminated by other teams in the next round. If we can't fight against you, it would be a pity. The captain of Hidden Dragon knows his own limits. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Hee hee. Let's wait and see. The people of Hidden Dragon also stepped down from the stage. Ma Zhangxi looked at Xiao Duo and asked, How do you feel? Hidden Dragon should still have a certain amount of hidden strength. Xiao Duo honestly expressed his opinion. In the eyes of these high martial arts teachers, this level of battle was really like playing house. No matter how much they tried to hide, they would be able to see through it with a single glance. Instead of wasting time and effort, it was better to directly tell the truth. They would be able to obtain more information. Yes, you're right. Ma Zhangxi sighed and said to the referees, Hidden Dragon number 1 high school has really taken the wrong path these past few years. The white-bearded teacher nodded and coldly laughed. In order to maintain the title of number 1, Hidden Dragon number 1 high school's fighting style has become more and more scheming. All kinds of fancy tricks. It's not presentable. That's right. In a battle between martial artists, it's always best to be fair and square. Hidden Dragon's thinking has gone astray. The more skills you have, the more cunning you have, the less iron-blooded you will be. Another middle-aged female teacher also sighed. If this kind of student maintains this kind of mentality and goes to the battlefield in the future, they won't be able to live for more than a few days. That's why our high martial arts school has an even heavier responsibility. We need to change these bad habits during the time when the students come to the high martial arts school to cultivate. But to change these bad habits, it's not something that can be changed in a day. It will definitely delay the progress of martial arts. Another teacher almost wanted to curse out loud. Is first place really that important? Maybe for Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. First place is that important. Ma Jiangxi said thoughtfully. Yes, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School is an affiliated school of Hidden Dragon High School. Another teacher sneered. Hidden Dragon Martial Arts, hee, Hidden Dragon Martial Arts. In the past few years, Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts has almost fallen out of the top 3 of the universities. All of their brains must be filled with shit. To be able to remain in the top 3 despite teaching their students in such a manner, they must be extremely lucky. What a pity. Back then, Senior Yi Qianlong spent a lot of effort to create the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. How glorious was that? Sigh. What's the use of sighing? Of course, we still have to respect our seniors. However, when it's time to replace them, we won't let them go. It's hard for us to surpass the seniors' prowess, but can't we surpass those good-for-nothings? What a joke. When Zhou Xiaoduo returned to his seat, Wan Lixiu and the others were discussing what they had seen. The atmosphere was lively, but there was still one person who had not returned. Li Changming. The match between Shirkou No. 1 High School and Longbu No. 1 High School was still ongoing. Above them, the referees and leaders had already started a meeting to discuss the progress of the competition. No one would have thought that this round of the battle for the top 8 would be so tragic. Out of the 8 teams that had already fought, 4 of them were directly defeated. As for the remaining 2 teams, they were still fighting in an even more tragic manner. The current result was a tie of 3-3. The 2 captains were in the final battle of the 7th round. However, no matter who won or lost, these 2 teams were destined to not be able to participate in the next round of the competition. With little combat power left, what could they use to fight in the next round? So what should they do next? Zhuxiaoduo's Phoenix City No. 2 High School had a bye. Their strength was intact. It could be said that no matter which of the 10 teams they faced, Phoenix City No. 2 High School would definitely win. All the teams that lost were all defeated. At most, they only had 10 to 20% of their peak strength left. Therefore, Zhuxiaoduo's team could just go through the motions and be done with it. What should we do? A group of high school teachers had a headache over the current situation. If they were to rest for a day and then fight again, it would obviously be unfair to Phoenix City No. 2 High School. They didn't get the bye by cheating. One had to know that luck was always a part of strength. Did they have to use time to erase the other team's advantage? Then what was the point of them getting the bye? After the last 2 teams finish fighting, we'll rest for 4 hours. At 3:00 in the afternoon, we'll start the second round. Okay. Call the 2 lead teachers and team members from Phoenix City. Let's give them some work. I hope they can understand. Okay. After all, an extra 4 hours of rest was still unfair to the teams that got the bye. Because as long as there were enough resources, 4 hours was enough to fully recover the strength of the participants. At least, they could recover more than half of their strength. Phoenix City No. 2 High School might have to pay a lot of unnecessary losses because of this break. However, to the surprise of the high school teachers, Phoenix City No. 2 High School didn't care about this at all. It's okay. Rest for a while. It's meaningless for us to fight a team that's already crippled. We'll just be a joke to them. So Xiao Duo and the others accepted it without any hesitation. It was so quick that it was surprising and even inconceivable. The tournament committee was very pleased with Phoenix City No. 2 High School's Xiao Duo and the others' way of thinking about the big picture. After a round of praises, the matter was finally settled. 4 hours later, the 5 defeated teams in Phoenix City No. 2 High School drew lots again to determine the final 3 spots in the top 8. However, no one felt that there would be any suspense. Phoenix City No. 2 High School had strong soldiers and strong horses. Until now, they had never fought together. Every time, it was one person who defeated them. Even in the life and death arena, there was only one team leader. It could be said that they had come all the way to this point. In this kind of elimination round, no one thought that they would lose. 4 hours later, the 6 teams finally began to draw lots. Xiaoduo's team was coincidentally the garrison shop. The 2 team leaders stood on the stage for a while. The garrison shop's team leader and the other team members looked at each other and smiled. We admit defeat. This decision disappointed the people who were prepared to watch a big show. There was a slight commotion for a moment. Especially the 5 teams who had already finished and won. They even gave up on recuperating and gathered around to watch the competition. Everyone knew that Phoenix City No. 2 High School would be their strongest opponent. At this moment, other than the best opportunity to understand the situation of the other party, they were also praying for the team from Phoenix City's No. 2 High School to exhaust all of their remaining strength. Use the last of your strength to whittle down the strength of No. 2 High School. In the end, just as the 2 teams finished drawing lots, the other team from Garrison Shop No. 1 High School directly admitted defeat. At this moment, the 30 people from the 5 winning teams cursed angrily in their hearts. Damn it! Tens of thousands of mythical beasts roared in their hearts at the same time. Xiao Duo was also puzzled. He immediately asked, "Thank you. Thank you for letting us win. If I have the honor to meet you in the future, I must be friends with you." The Garrison Shop's team leader laughed. Our Garrison Shop's goal is to be in the top 20. Now that we have fought until now, it has already exceeded our expectations. Actually, our biggest wish in these few years is to take down the high and mighty hidden dragon No. 1 High School. Now, we are not strong enough, so we can't do it. Then we will place our hopes on you. As inevitable allies, no matter who we meet in this battle, we will not linger. We will not be a burden to our allies. He laughed and began to introduce his team members. I am Meng Zhongjun. This is the vice team leader, Hao Han. This is the team flower, Shen Piapiao. This is Zhang Haonan. This is Feng Junqing. This is Jia Kuang. The 6 of us. We are all military families and children of military personnel. Meng Zhongjun and the other 5 stood together and saluted. Congratulations to Phoenix City No. 2 High School for winning the first battle and slaying the hidden dragon. Xiaoduo's face turned serious. He shouted, "Everyone!" Li Chenglong and the others immediately lined up neatly and saluted at the same time. We will do our best. We will not let you down. The 12 of them bowed to each other and laughed loudly. Then, Meng Zhongjun waved his hand and led his team members out of the arena calmly. There was not the slightest bit of dejection. However, on the other side, none of the 5 victorious teams looked happy. Especially those from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. Their faces looked as if they had just eaten shit. Damned Garrison Shop. The 6 people from Hidden Dragon cursed. They didn't even try to hide their emotions anymore. When they fought against us, they fought with their lives on the line, not hesitating to perish together with us. Both sides suffered great losses, causing us so much damage. Now that they're facing someone else, they don't even fight. This group of bastards, their intentions are worthy of death. That afternoon, the top 8 emerged victorious. The rankings were as follows: Phoenix City No. 2 High School, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Water City No. 1 High School, Yangluo No. 1 High School, Fenghai No. 3 High School, Changsha No. 1 High School, Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School, Dragon Belly No. 1 High School. Originally, Phoenix City No. 2 High School had a bye. According to the tournament rules, they shouldn't have been able to return to first place no matter what. However, when they faced Garrison Shop No. 1 High School, the other side chose to forfeit, allowing Phoenix City No. 2 High School to take all 4 points. Combined with their previous results, their total points were still the highest among all the teams. They were still ahead of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. This luck, they didn't fight for 2 rounds in a row and didn't suffer any losses. They were still in first place. That afternoon, they drew lots. The 8 captains from Phoenix City No. 2 High School all took turns. This time, everyone learned their lesson and greeted the teacher first. However, the teacher's face darkened and he didn't say anything. When it was Swish Xiaoduo's turn, Swish Xiaoduo didn't greet him. He only smiled sweetly. The teacher actually took the initiative to greet him with a pleasant expression. Good luck, Swish Xiaoduo. The other captains held their breaths in their chests. They only felt stuffy. What do you want us to do? Should we greet him or not? Last time, we didn't greet him and he scolded us. Swish Xiaoduo greeted him and he was praised. This time, we greeted him first and his face darkened. Swish Xiaoduo didn't greet him, but as the teacher, you actually took the initiative to encourage him. What do you want us to do? They were so angry that they trembled. Chapter 340. This time, Swish Xiaoduo purposely slowed down a bit. He waited for the other 7 people to finish before he picked up the remaining lot. At the extreme of the top 8, they would all meet strong teams. No matter who they drew, it would be the same. Swish Xiaoduo didn't want to pick soft persimmons. On the contrary, he wanted to draw the strongest team, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. He wanted to defeat this most threatening opponent first. After drawing the lot, the captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School suddenly raised his head and looked at Swish Xiaoduo, who was holding the lot in his hand without even looking at it. He suddenly asked loudly, Captain Swish Xiaoduo, why aren't you looking at the lot? Swish Xiaoduo held the lot in his hand and put it behind his back. He said calmly, we are in the top 8. Any team is a strong opponent. No matter who we draw, it will be a tough battle. What difference does it make whether I look at it or not? The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School said calmly, I have been looking forward to fighting against Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Swish Xiaoduo said calmly, oh. One was keeping him in suspense, while the other was not interested at all. The two of them couldn't even read each other's lips. They were like chickens talking to ducks. The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School expected to be asked, what's the result of the lot draw? However, Swish Xiaoduo didn't ask, which made it difficult for him to continue the conversation. The captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School had prepared himself mentally. He just narrowed his eyes and continued the conversation. However, he said, I am very happy. The next battle will be between you and us. Swish Xiaoduo said, you put us in front of you. Do you think you will lose for sure? You will lose for sure. Ha! So you will lose for sure. Yes, we will win for sure. Yes, you are right. We will win for sure. Swish Xiaoduo sighed, yawned, and said, how boring. You call yourself a captain. You can't even speak clearly. You keep repeating yourself incoherently. Let's go, brothers. Let's go back and rest. What do you think we should do tomorrow? Long Yusheng and the others roared in unison, "Kill Hidden Dragon!" Ha ha ha! Sua Xiao Duo beamed with delight. With a wave of his hand, the 6 of them left the arena in a single file. He didn't even give the other party a chance to speak. The members of the Hidden Dragon clan also wanted to shout like that to boost their morale. However, the other party left right after shouting and did not stay for even a moment. If he did not shout now, he would only appear weak and sullen. However, if he shouted now, his opponent was no longer around. Oh, they shouted for us to hear, and then we shouted for the air to hear. They couldn't help but hold back their anger. After holding it in for a long time, they finally roared, "Victory! Victory!" Then, he left the stage unhappily. At the judging panel, all the referees and teachers had amiable smiles on their faces as they danced in joy. This captain of Phoenix City's No. 2 high school is really something. A teacher clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad, not bad. This tactic was used beautifully. It was done with ease and with reason. Yes. First, it was to pester the other party endlessly. Then, the whole team roared and immediately left the stage. They didn't give the other party any chance to vent. This caused all the members of the other party to hold back their anger and not be able to vent. This anger will definitely be suppressed for an entire night. Let's not talk about the impact on their morale. If the Hidden Dragon clan can't adjust their mentality tonight, not only will they not be able to rest well, their mood will also be affected the next day. Just from weakening the other party's morale, attacking the other party's fighting spirit, and weakening the other party's fighting strength, it can be said to be a considerable success. This Sua Xiao duo is not only honest, sincere, reliable, intelligent, and awe-inspiring. Even the use of strategy and tactics is extremely ingenious. It's really hard to come by. He's a talent that will last forever. Teacher Ding Xilan of Shangjing's Ancestral Dragon High School liked Sua Xiao duo very much. She didn't hide it at all. The others rolled their eyes. Although we also wanted to say that, you said it first. Why did it sound so weird to me? Hu Ruoyun's face was distorted. She laughed a little unnaturally. Every time I hear them praise Sua Xiao duo, awe-inspiring, honest, and sincere. Why do I feel so guilty? That night, Sua Xiao duo and the others had a good sleep. They didn't even do their daily cultivation. They slept soundly the whole time. They slept until dawn. They walked out of the room energetically and had breakfast. Then, Sua Xiao duo began to chase them away. Did you go to the toilet? Big or small? Who would want to do that? Go quickly. Li Zhongming. Are you still sleepy today? Li Chenglong, your hemorrhoids have healed. Xiao, your relatives didn't come today, right? Li Chenglong and Wanli Xiao were furious. You're the one who has hemorrhoids. I don't have hemorrhoids. Li Chenglong scolded. You're the one who has relatives. Your whole family has relatives. Wanli Xiao was embarrassed and angry. She wanted to kill someone on the spot. Well, if it wasn't for the fact that she knew she couldn't win, she would have done it countless times. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Sua Xiao duo waved his hand. The 6 of them followed Hu Ruoyun and Luo Lai out of the hotel and went straight to the arena. The early morning sun shone on the faces of the 6 of them. It dyed their bodies golden and brilliant. 8:00 in the morning. The first arena. There were 6 chairs on each side. After entering the top 8, they had the basic preferential treatment. They didn't have to sit on the ground anymore. There were chairs to sit on, and they could see everyone on their side from the opposite side. With the start of the match, Sua Xiao duo took the lead and jumped out. His tall and handsome figure was tall and straight. The eyes of the opposite side lit up. The captain of the Hidden Dragon team stood up and looked at them from afar. He revealed a confident smile. The opponent is Sua Xiao Duo. As the captain, he jumped out first. Since that's the case, I will cripple him. I will take the first step and destroy their morale. Naturally, he couldn't wait to jump out. Good. I'm the captain of Hidden Dragon Team 1, Shimendaching. Please enlighten me, Captain Sua Xiao Duo. Shimendaching's face was solemn. He clasped his hands and bowed. Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. You're the captain for the first match? That's right. Shimendaching nodded and grinned. As the captain, it's natural for me to take the first victory. Sua Xiao Duo nodded. I admire you. But you have to wait for a while. This time, I'm not in a hurry to start the match. I just want to introduce my team members. Also, I'm not the first to fight. Please wait patiently. Shimendaching's face suddenly turned purple. He was stunned. You're not the first to fight. Then why did you jump out? However, he had admitted that he was going to fight in front of everyone. It was too late to change his words. He had obviously fallen into a trap. He was so angry that he wanted to swallow Sua Xiao Duo. Sua Xiao Duo. Are you playing with me? Playing with you? Sua Xiao Duo looked at him suspiciously. He sized him up and said, You don't have that organ. How can I play with you? Suddenly, his face turned pale. He took a step back and shook his head. I'll say this first. I won't take the back door. I'm a righteous person. Shimendaching was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Countless spectators were stunned for a while. Then, they burst out laughing. At the judges' table. 3 of the judges at this table came from the 3 famous schools. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts, and Yunduan High Martial Arts. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts Ding Shilon laughed and said, This temperament is not on the same level. Look at how angry the captain of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts is. Sigh, poor kid. He's so angry before the fight even started. Even if they're evenly matched, once he loses his state of mind, the chances of him losing will be higher. Unless there's an overwhelming difference in strength. Another person, a teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts, smiled and said, Sua Xiao Duo has already angered him to this extent. How can he give him a chance to calm down? However, if Sua Xiao Duo doesn't fight, it's basically impossible for the other little guys to defeat Shimendaching. This battle is not so much a battle of attrition. It's better to call it a battle of display. The other teachers smiled and nodded. This sentence was true. Sua Xiao Duo had shown enough. This was giving the other students a chance to show off. And the strongest opponent, Shimendaching, was a touchstone. Because of Shimendaching's cultivation, the teachers knew better. In Sua Xiao's heart, it's already beyond the scope of victory and defeat. This kid is really good. Almost all the teachers had this thought in their minds. Sure enough, Sua Xiao Duo laughed and said, Since you're in such a hurry and can't wait, then I won't be in a hurry to introduce our members, so as not to waste your time. Li Zhongming, fight! Li Zhongming shouted and jumped out with a whoosh. He took a few big steps forward. He raised his head and roared, I'm Li Zhongming from Phoenix City's 2nd high school. Today, I'm going to fight to the death. I won't stop until my blood runs dry. He pounded his chest with both hands and roared ferociously like a chimpanzee. He looked unusually agitated. Then, with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and turned around to run again. Unfortunately, he ran a little too slowly. With a crack, one of his arms was broken by Shimendaching. Shimendaching gave chase again, but suddenly felt sleepy. As he ran, he couldn't help but yawn. He couldn't help but feel strange. Even if he didn't sleep well last night, he shouldn't be sleepy in the morning. Moreover, it was in this kind of fierce battle where his blood and chi were surging. He was thinking about it when suddenly, another wave of white mist rushed over. At this moment, Shimendaching was sure that this white mist wasn't poisonous. There was a high chance that it was just a trick. Without hesitation, he rushed through the white mist. With a flying kick, he kicked Li Zhongming, who was running in front of him, and sent him rolling on the ground. Then, he felt his head become foggy. He became more and more sleepy, and his eyelids were fighting. His head became more and more confused, and he became muddle-headed. So sleepy. As for Li Zhongming, who was in front of him, it was unknown when he started to show signs of drowsiness and confusion. Gradually, the two of them, one in front and one behind, one chasing after the other, ran half a lap as if they were sleepwalking. Then they fell to the ground at the same time, sprawled out, and fell asleep. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. 6 updates. Chapter 341. Li Chongming's snores were deafening. On the other side, Shimendaching was also snoring non-stop. Huff huff. Huff huff. Huff huff huff. Puff. Shimendaching seemed to have entered a state of deep sleep. As he slept, he snored. After a while, he began to grind his teeth. Suddenly, he turned over and let out an unusually loud fart. A stench instantly filled the air. It was actually a loud and smelly super fart. This Shimendaching looked like a talented person, but his sleeping posture was actually so bad. Grinding teeth, snoring, farting, whistling, it was really not lacking. That handsome image of a tree in the wind suddenly disappeared. This caused everyone present to be astonished, amused, and confused. What was going on? Why did the two of them fall asleep while they were fighting? But the judges did not say anything and just watched them sleep. Could it be? There was something else going on. On the stage, the 6 judges' faces were incomparably solemn, unprecedentedly solemn. Great Dream Divine Technique. It's actually the Great Dream Divine Technique. Ding Xiulan's eyes were shining. How old is this kid? He has already cultivated the Great Dream Divine Technique to the peak of the 2nd level. To be able to pull people into a dream in the middle of a battle. Huff huff. Great Dream Divine Technique. It is said that this technique has long been in decline. For a long time, no one has been able to endure the difficult cultivation of the first few levels. Who is this kid? His surname is Li. He doesn't look very old, but he actually. A teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts School stared wide-eyed. He was so shocked that he could not speak coherently. A peerless genius. Another judge sighed softly. Another peerless genius. This kid, looking at his facial features, he is definitely not more than 20 years old. Definitely not more than 20 years old. The eyes of all the high martial arts teachers lit up. The Great Dream Divine Technique that had not appeared in the world for a long time was actually cultivated by someone. Moreover, it was cultivated to the small success level. Don't talk, there are changes. Ding Xiulan's face was solemn. On the stage, the 2 people who were snoring just now had a change in expression. Li Chongming's face became serious and nervous. Shimendaching's face also became terrifying, manic, and ruthless. The battle in the dream has officially begun. Sigh, what a pity. Ding Xiulan sighed again and again. Li Zhongming was first injured, and then one of his arms was broken by Shimendaching. The outcome of this battle is uncertain. If the gap between the two of them was slightly smaller, Shimon-Daching, who had fallen into the dream of the other side's main battlefield, would have been crushed. What a pity. This is something that can't be helped. This Li Xiangming must have suppressed his own cultivation progress and realm many times. His foundation is much stronger than that of a normal student. However, Shimon-Daching has also suppressed his own realm. Moreover, Shimon-Daching's real cultivation is at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. Li Xiangming is only at the innate realm. Another teacher sighed. Just being able to drag Shimon-Daching into the dreamscape is already a miracle. The expressions of the two people who were lying down and sleeping changed again. Li Xiangming's face revealed a pained expression, while Shimon-Daching grimaced, giving off a feeling of gnashing his teeth. It was rare for anyone to see the battle between the two in the dream, but anyone could see that the battle between the two had reached a critical moment. Such a battle atmosphere was definitely much more dangerous than what could be seen with the naked eye. Suddenly, Li Xiangming's expression changed. Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, instantly dyeing the ground red. Shimon-Daching, who was opposite him, also groaned. Traces of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Zhuo Xiaoduo's gaze was like an eagle's, watching the battle without blinking. After a while, Li Xiangming groaned. His body curled up, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood foam from the corner of his mouth. Shimon-Daching, who was opposite him, also groaned and started to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Shimon-Daching is going to lose. Ding Xiulan sighed. Li Xiangming is undoubtedly a genius for being able to do this. It's a pity that if he wins this battle, I'm afraid his vitality will be damaged and his path of martial arts will be severed. Sigh. The other teachers were also understanding people. They all sighed and nodded. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been paying attention to the battle, saw Li Xiangming spit out blood foam. When he took a closer look, his expression changed. He jumped out and said, "We admit defeat for this battle." Before he finished speaking, he rushed in front of Li Xiangming and slapped his dantian. He pried open his mouth and threw a pill in. Then, he poured a basin of ice water that he had prepared earlier on Li Xiangming's head. Then, with a slap, he slapped Li Xiangming's buttocks heavily. This slap on the buttocks was loud and crisp. It directly resounded through the entire arena. It was extremely pleasing to the eye. Even though many people knew that this might be a necessary process and that the intention was to save someone, they still couldn't help but laugh out loud. Some people laughed while thinking, how fleshy is this buttocks to be able to make such a crisp sound that it echoed through the entire arena. Li Xiangming slowly woke up. When he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He asked expectantly, "Did I win?" "I admit defeat for you." Li Xiangming panicked. "Then why did you wake me up? Give me half a minute and I'll definitely drag him to death. At the very least, both of us will be injured. Then you'll be crippled for the rest of your life. It's not worth it." Zhuo Xiaoduo explained faintly. Then, he dragged Li Xiangming back. After walking a few steps, he said, "If you follow my method, you can wake Shimon-Daching up. I'm a decent person. If I really don't like that, then I won't personally save him. I don't want to be blamed. In this world, there are all kinds of people." Li Xiangming was still in pain when he returned to his seat. He was so depressed that he kept muttering to himself, "I've embarrassed the old principal. I've embarrassed Second High." Blood and tears rolled down from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't putting on an act. He was truly heartbroken. Phoenix City's Second High had dominated the Longhu ranking battle. Until now, they had won one victory after another. Their only defeat had actually happened at his hands. Little Fatty's heart was extremely pained. Your defeat can't be considered a defeat. You've contributed greatly and will be the cornerstone of our victory today. Sua Xiao Duo said faintly, you've killed the person with the highest combat power among them. At the very least, his soul is severely injured. He won't be able to recover in a few days. Even if there are 100 more nourishment chambers, it won't be able to recover his soul quickly. I should have stopped you when you spat out the first mouthful of blood. However, if I did that, the price they paid would be too small. It wouldn't match your contribution. That's why I waited until now to stop. Although your injuries are more serious, you've directly crippled the opponent's highest combat power. I'm not lying when I say that you can't be considered a defeat. If you win this battle, you'll be the champion of the Longhu ranking battle. Your contribution will be the greatest. Sua Xiao Duo said in a low voice. Li Zhongming said with tears in his eyes, don't comfort me. If I really steal your contribution, you'll definitely beat me up. It's not like I don't know. You like to settle scores after the autumn. Wanli Xiao, Long Yuxing, and the others, who were squeezing over to comfort him, all spat out a mouthful of saliva. Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. After a while, he said, then you can cry. Cry until you die. I won't cry anymore. Li Zhongming wiped his tears and stopped crying. You just said that if we win this battle, I'll be the one with the greatest contribution. I'll be the champion in the end. You can't deny this. Everyone heard it. Sua Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and remained silent for a long time. Li Chenglong muttered to himself, does this count as Li Zhongming sleeping with Shimin Daqing? Will the little fatty take responsibility? Suddenly, this topic aroused everyone's interest. Hey, you're right. Li Zhongming, this scumbag, seems like he's not going to take responsibility. TSK. Poor Shimin Daqing, he was slept with for nothing. Scumbag. Li Zhongming. Li Zhongming's face twisted. He really didn't have the strength to argue. Otherwise, he would definitely beat them up. At the referee's seat, a few high martial arts teachers watched as Sua Xiao Duo dragged the person down and watched the people from Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School save the captain. After a long time, they looked at each other with strange gazes. Not bad. The 6 judges all looked at Sua Xiao Duo and Li Zhongming's side. Their eyes were full of praise. Although Phoenix City No. 2 High School admitted defeat in this battle. However, there were simply too many things that were worth pondering over. In the dreamland created by the Great Dream Divine Technique, Li Zhongming was the absolute home ground. Even if his physical body was injured and his cultivation was limited, it seemed like he was at a disadvantage. As long as he continued to fight in the dreamland, Li Zhongming's advantage would only increase. Once it reached the point of life and death, the one who would die in the end would definitely be Shimin Daqing. This was already decided from the moment he was pulled into the dreamland. Of course, Li Zhongming, who went to extremes, wouldn't have a good ending. He was still forcing himself to enter the dreamland to kill people. The price he would have to pay in the end was very likely to be the end of his cultivation, with no way forward. But no matter what, in terms of winning or losing, Li Zhongming was still the winner. And Sua Xiao Duo admitted defeat before his life was in danger. Just when Shimin Daqing's soul was confirmed to have been damaged and his internal organs burst and spat out blood. Just when Li Zhongming was about to kill his opponent, he admitted defeat. The teachers were all asking themselves, if it were me, would I call for a stop at this time? After thinking about it, they couldn't make up their minds. But the more it was like this, the more reliable Sua Xiao Duo seemed. Because in Sua Xiao Duo's eyes, what they cared about was worthless. What he cared about was his brother's life and future. Such a person was definitely worth entrusting his back to at any time. It's not that he didn't care about winning or losing. It's also not that he couldn't bear to kill Enchanting. He just cared more about his brother's injuries. He knew that he would win if he continued fighting, but he would rather admit defeat to ensure Li Zhongming's safety. He wouldn't hurt his foundation and have a limitless future. This kind of breadth of mind is worthy of a toast. Ding Xiaolan's eyes were shining as she glanced at Sui Xiaoduo. But she pursed her lips and didn't say anything, which was rare. This kind of talent must be recruited. Talents and geniuses were different. Geniuses were aptitudes, but talents were all round. The matter of recruiting people to the school had to be carried out quietly. It had to be settled once the hammer fell. If there was a disturbance and new problems arose, it would be bound to be a long night with many dreams. At that time, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. They had to enter the village quietly. Don't shoot. Chapter 342. The referee from Hidden Dragon High School had a gloomy expression. He looked at Enchanting, who had vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and fainted again. His eyes were filled with unconcealable disappointment. But when he looked at Sui Xiaoduo, his gaze became more and more fervent. These years, Hidden Dragon High School has been getting more and more biased. The iron and blood aura is getting thinner and thinner, the wind of the big picture is getting weaker and weaker, and the air of a king is getting weaker and weaker. We really need a good leader. And this Sui Xiaoduo is ruthless to the outside but protective of the inside. He will not be soft-hearted when he needs to be, and he will not hesitate when he needs to give up. The rarest thing is that he values friendship and righteousness, and he is especially steady when looking at the big picture. He is an honest and sincere person, and has a pure heart. He is a good candidate for a king. If Hidden Dragon High School carefully nurtures him, he might be able to turn the bad wind around and turn the rotten into the spring breeze. The more the teacher thought, the hotter his gaze towards Sui Xiaoduo. Originally, the focus of Hidden Dragon High School's enrollment had always been on Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. This way, they could guarantee that the people they brought out would always be their own people, and they would not have to worry about other forces. But in recent years, Hidden Dragon High School's image had been getting worse and worse, and their external results were getting worse and worse. The feedback from the students who went out was also not very good. Hidden Dragon High School's image could be said to have plummeted. Many old stubborn people were still carrying out the current policy, and they felt that there was nothing wrong with their insistence. But there were already many teachers who were thinking of changing. Sui Xiaoduo looked at the aura of the people on the other side carefully and said, "Next, you can fight as you wish. As long as they don't send out the vice captain and the two girls. We can win one match and even the score." Li Chenglong was a little worried and said, "What if they send out? Are we going to lose another match?" "It doesn't matter if they do. At most, we will lose another match. It won't affect the big picture." Sui Xiaoduo laughed arrogantly, "I will go up and beat the rest of them in one go. Once we are done, we can call it a day." Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, "Then I will go up." "Yes, that's good. Remember this, and your chances of winning will increase." Sui Xiaoduo lowered his voice and said, "They've been sparring more than fighting. Their life and death experience is far inferior to ours." Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. Understood. In the previous match, Hidden Dragon High School was the first to fight, and Li Zhongming was the one to fight. Although they lost, it was a glorious defeat. But this time, it was Phoenix City's second high school's turn to fight first. Li Chenglong took a step forward, and the other side began to discuss. Li Chenglong smiled faintly. "My name is Li Chenglong, I come from Phoenix City's second high school. I am the vice captain of our team." The self-introduction was complete. Everyone knows each other's information by heart. Is there a need to discuss for so long? Opposite. After a round of discussion, a slender and elegant girl in white stood out. Her facial features were exquisite, and her clothes were as white as snow. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. She was very beautiful. Hidden Dragon High School, Xiangbing. The two of them bowed to each other. Please. Zhuo Xiaoduo called out from behind, Feng Feng. Don't be mesmerized by her beauty. Even if you like her, wait until the fight is over. Only the winner has the right to talk. Xiang Bing's face turned red. She looked at Li Chenglong with a bit of anger in her eyes. Li Chenglong still wanted to explain, but the other side's attacks were already coming at him like a storm. Feng Feng steeled his heart, but he did not dodge or evade. Instead, he charged forward with brute force. In this match, both sides did not use any weapons. They were fighting in close quarters. Xiang Bing did not use any weapons, so naturally Li Chenglong did not use any. Only the sound of banging could be heard, one after another. The other side looked like a quiet and delicate girl, but she was actually fierce and frightening when fighting. However, Li Chenglong had been trained by Zhuo Xiaoduo. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. His resistance was far better than ordinary people. He managed to hold on all the way. This round of fighting lasted for a full 3 to 4 minutes. The sound of drums kept ringing. Finally, after a deep muffled sound, both of them somersaulted and stood facing each other. Pfft! Zhuo Xiaoduo spat out what he saw. Li Chenglong's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His eyes were black and blue. His mouth was cracked and blood was flowing out. On the other hand, the beautiful woman in front of him was also disheveled. She had 2 panda eyes, and her hair was disheveled. Her nose was broken, and it looked a little flat. Her small mouth was swollen from the beating, and the skin on the other side was broken. Chest, lower abdomen, thighs. There were 7 to 8 black footprints on her white clothes. There were also overlapping ones. Li Chenglong was rubbing his wrists, while Xiang Bing was moving her ankles. Both of them stared at each other, as if they were looking at a mortal enemy. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not the only one who was stunned. Even the audience in the audience were all spitting out their mouths. Even the referees were stunned. To be honest, even with their vast experience and knowledge, they had seen many men and women fighting. However, it was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a fierce fight between a man and a woman. Li Chenglong did not know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. He did not know what it meant to treat a beautiful girl well. Her face, neck, nose, chest, lower abdomen, thighs, and buttocks. He really hit wherever he could. He did not show any mercy at all. If it were other men, who would not have a manly demeanor? Who would have the nerve to punch another person's beautiful face? It was better to chop off a woman's head than to ruin her face. This was almost a convention. Ancestral Dragon High martial arts teacher Ding Shilon sighed. This kid is actually the legendary Iron Straight Man. He belongs to the category of Iron Straight Men. If he finds a wife, she will be his punching bag. The few male teachers were also thinking in their hearts. If Li Chenglong came to their school, they might really have to take care of the problem of finding a partner. Otherwise, looking at his behavior today, he would definitely be a bachelor for the rest of his life. One must know that this competition was broadcasted live nationwide. Li Chenglong became famous in an instant. He was even more famous than Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo directly beat the beauty to death. Many people online who did not know the truth scolded him. Such a beauty was beaten to death just like that. It was too wasteful. Did he not know how to take advantage of the situation? However, when it came to Li Chenglong, the internet was boiling. My mother asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live broadcast. Because I found a rare Iron Straight Man. Legendary level is not enough to describe him. Only mythical level can describe him. What a fucking straight man. Oh my god. This girl's face is not enough for me to kiss for a year. He directly disfigured her. Look at the footprint on her chest. Oh my god, can you feel the soles of your shoes? Her pair of phoenix eyes were beaten into pandas. Her cherry lips became a ripe watermelon. TSK TSK TSK, this big brother, I'm kneeling to you. This kid even tore her hair. Fuck, look carefully. The beauty's ear. Fuck, this kid tore her ear. He almost tore it off. Let's talk about it later. They're fighting again. They're fighting again. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that the Iron Straight Man once again launched an attack and fought with Miss Xiangbing for the second time. The muffled sounds of fists hitting flesh were heard almost continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. Looking at her current appearance, no matter how outstanding Xiangbing's talent was, or how strong her cultivation was, she was now an ugly monster that she was really beaten up too badly. The two of them continued to fight in this most extreme way until they were exhausted. Only then did the speed of their punches slow down. Every time there was a bang, everyone in the audience, including the audience who were watching the live broadcast, could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. They all had a subtle feeling that they did not want to watch, but they could not let it go. In the end, the two of them were no longer fighting. They were competing to see who could take more hits. Admit defeat. Li Chenglong fiercely punched Xiangbing's originally perky but now bloody nose. His expression was unprecedentedly ferocious. I really don't want to hit a woman. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone felt a toothache. You fucking. Haven't you hit enough? If you want to hit a woman, how are you going to hit her? Dismembering him by 1,000 cuts and tearing him into pieces. Go to hell. Xiangbing fiercely rushed forward. Li Chenglong roared. His bloodied face twisted with a ferocious expression. His whole body rushed forward and actually knocked Xiangbing to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. Then, Li Chenglong pounced forward. His whole body crossed the 7 or 8 meters distance. With the force of a mountain, he suddenly pressed on Xiangbing's body. His two legs skillfully twisted and separated, separating Xiangbing's legs. Then, he used his body to press down on her body. Panting heavily, he roared, "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" Xiangbing struggled desperately, but Li Chenglong simply grabbed both of her hands and pressed them on both sides of her head. Then, he lowered his head and roared, "Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat?" No. Xiangbing struggled desperately and shouted, "Even if I die, I won't admit defeat." Pfft. Li Chenglong freed one hand and punched Xiangbing's face. Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat? With a shout, he punched again. Another punch. Another punch. All of them smashed on the originally beautiful face with great force. Do you admit defeat? Do you admit defeat? Wah! Xiangbing cried. Suddenly, she gave up all of her struggles and wailed. You bully! Pfft! This sudden cry stunned Li Chenglong. This punch did not hit her face, but hit the ring beside her head. He said in a daze, "Why are you crying?" Shit! We were having a good match, you. You actually cried. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? You actually have the face to ask her why she is crying. Countless men who were watching the live broadcast banged their heads against the wall. A wave of speechless emotions surged in their hearts and gushed out, but they could not say anything. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. This straight man bro, Please be merciful and let me go. Chapter 343. She was a top-notch beauty, yet he had beaten her until she was unrecognizable. Then, he had posed in such a typical position of rape that she was already powerless to fight back, yet he still wanted to punch her again and again. And he didn't allow her to cry. That was awesome. That was really too awesome. That train of thought was admirable. The eyebrows of the few judges twitched wildly. Without saying anything, they hurriedly announced, in this battle, Phoenix City's second high school's Li Changlong wins. On the ground, Xiang Bing was still lying limply on the ground, crying loudly. Li Changlong was still riding on her. He was about to stand up when he heard the announcement. However, the moment he relaxed, Xiang Bing scratched his face crazily. Fuck. Li Changlong hurriedly pressed down again, suppressing the person beneath him for the second time. With swollen eyes, he shouted in a sorry state, "Someone quickly come and get her off. I don't hit women, dot." Everyone was speechless and speechless. Just this battle, which lasted less than 10 minutes, had made Li Changlong famous on the internet. Famous all over the country. He was respectfully called Brother Iron and Steel by millions of netizens. Moreover, each of them swore to the heavens that in this lifetime, there wouldn't be a second man who could be steadier than Brother Iron and Steel. Countless people worshipped him as their idol. Only when another girl in white from the opposing team came to support Xiang Bing did Li Changlong dare to let go. He was still on guard, afraid of being attacked a second time. When his swollen eyes swept across the other girl in white and he was about to say something, the girl in white, who was also in the embryonic breathing realm, actually shuddered. Her pretty face instantly lost its color, and her eyes were full of panic. She hurriedly carried Xiang Bing and ran away like a wisp of smoke. She probably wouldn't run away even if she saw a ghost. Li Changlong. Xiang Bing was still struggling in the girl's arms. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws while crying loudly, "Li Changlong. Sob sob, just you wait. I won't let you off in this lifetime." Li Changlong stood on the spot blankly. He scratched his head and advised, "Miss, why are you so concerned? It's just a competition." Xiang Bing cried even louder. Li Changlong returned to the team and received a hero's welcome. Zhou Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhangming all bowed deeply in unison. They looked completely convinced and impressed. "Boss Li. I've never been convinced by anyone in my life, but this time, all of us are completely convinced by you." "I'm convinced." "Really?" The expressions of the four of them were extremely solemn. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling ashamed of their inferiority. All of this came from the bottom of their hearts. "Tell me about your thoughts." "Thoughts?" Li Changlong was swaying, and his mind was a little muddled. "I think it's all thanks to Swa beating me up every day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to last this round." As he spoke, he had already walked to the side of the group. Suddenly, his vision turned black and Li Changlong fainted. In this round, to be honest, Swollen was also beaten up very badly. Li Changlong's opponent's real strength was always one whole level higher than his. The whole process was a head-on melee combat. Other than testing each other's ability to resist attacks, it was also a competition of real attack power. All the skills and techniques were almost completely useless in this battle. It was like two bulls smashing into each other and hammering each other. If you beat me, you win. If I beat you, I win. There was no shortcut. Xiang Bing was already prepared before the battle. She had an elemental energy elixir under her tongue. Li Changlong did the same. Both of them used up the two elemental energy elixirs that could instantly replenish their vitality. It was just that extreme. That was why the battle was so tragic. It's understandable that I came up with such a strategy for Swollen. But why did the opponent choose such a strategy? It doesn't make sense either. Sui Xiao Duo was really puzzled. Letting a girl use this kind of close combat method, wasn't the organizer of the opposing team too brainless? Little did he know that Xiang Bing was the descendant of the ancient martial arts family, the Xiang family. Her family passed down the Overlord Fist, which was best known for close combat. Although Xiang Bing was a girl, she was known for her valiance when it came to fighting. She never used any weapons. No matter what enemy she met, she would clench her fists and fight. The Overlord Fist focused on momentum. As long as the opponent showed any signs of fear or dodging, the rhythm would be immediately controlled by the opponent. Then, little by little, the advantage would be accumulated, and the advantage would be turned into a victory. In the end, it would be unstoppable. But today, when she met Li Chenglong, she met her nemesis. Li Chenglong did not plan to use any techniques from the beginning. He directly used the battle formation and the strategy of the brave winning in a narrow path. Without dodging or evading, it was a strong attack that went straight for the center. Then, there was an extreme situation where the two sides attacked each other, using strength to fight strength. As a result, Xiang Bing, a beauty who scored more than 90 points, was beaten up by Li Chenglong until her face was disfigured. This brother iron did not have any scruples at all. Eyes, nose, face, small mouth, soft breasts, long legs. None of them could escape Li Chenglong's merciless attacks. Swollen's thoughts were simple: I want to win the competition. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I'll take care of you. Even if you're beautiful. You're not going to be my wife. Why should I give in to you? Besides, didn't they say that men and women were equal? Today, I'll be completely equal and treat everyone equally. After this battle, there was a short period of silence. Even the spectator stands were silent for a long time. Everyone was reflecting on the battle just now, and a thoughtful look appeared on their faces. The 6 judges looked at each other. Everyone felt that they had not woken up from the atmosphere of being struck by lightning. This Li Chenglong. His reputation is completely ruined. One of the high martial arts teachers smacked his lips and said regretfully, "It's a pity if he doesn't have a future." How about this, our Dragon Soul High Martial Arts special recruit? We can't possibly give up eating because of choking and delay a child. In your dreams. The other teachers roared angrily. Who said that he could not have a ruined reputation? If such a steely straight man was placed in the school, he would definitely shatter the dreams of those girls who had a serious princess syndrome and thought that they should be treated well because they were beautiful. Who said that they did not want him? We need him too much. On the spectator stand, Luo Lai's eyes were wide open. He was dumbstruck as he watched. After a long while, he took a deep breath and shook his head repeatedly. I, Luo Lai, really can't teach such a student. Qin Fangyang is really awesome. Hu Ruoyun also had a look of amazement on her face. It was a marvelous sight. The 3rd round. It's your turn to send out someone first. Sui Xiao Duo came out and shouted, "That beautiful girl in white, don't come out and get beaten up. I have 4 steely straight men like Li Chenglong on my side." On the other side, the girl in white could not help but take a step back. Her face was filled with fear and she even trembled. Too scary. There were 4 people like that. The vice captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School could not help but be angry. You just believed what the other side said. It was unknown if there were 4 steely men like that in this world. How could they all be on the other side? However, the girl in white was obviously scared before the battle. Her state of mind was already broken. Even if she forced herself to fight, it would be difficult for her to do anything. Looking around, he could only stand up himself. He had to take down another city. Now the winning score was 1-1, and there were still 2 unconscious people on his side that their morale had been suppressed too badly. Coincidentally, Swiss duo on the other side also had the same thought. After a few days of fighting, Yumoyan's position was basically set in stone. He was definitely a member that would be settled. Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu were destined to be inseparable. No school would let go of such a good opportunity if they wanted 2 geniuses. Therefore, Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu were already safe. Today, Li Zhangming's great dream divine technique had shocked everyone. He had already become the focus of attention, so there was no need to worry. Finally, Li Chenglong's name had also shaken the world through the battle just now. He was also in high demand. In this way, his entire team had already been marked in the eyes of the judges and martial arts teachers. Then all that was left was to win. If they only needed to win, it was really easy and not difficult at all. Swiss duo laughed out loud and swaggered out of the room. Vice Captain of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, let me play with you. On the other side, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School's Vice Captain's face was a bit dark. Among all the people in Phoenix City No. 2 High School, the one he was most afraid of was Swiss duo. He knew that he didn't have much chance of winning against Swiss duo. But now, what he was afraid of had happened. He directly faced this murderous star. Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, Xiang Chong. That Xiang Bing just now is my sister. Xiang Chong narrowed his eyes and looked at Swiss duo. Captain Zhua, I wonder what trump card you will use in this battle. Is it the iron fist that made you famous? Or a hidden weapon? Or a leg technique? Swiss duo's face suddenly became serious. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly, I don't really understand what you mean. Ha! Iron Fist Prince, in the eyes of a discerning person, is just the most superficial camouflage. In fact, what you are really good at is something else. Xiang Chong's eyes were unprecedentedly sharp. He stared into Swiss duo's eyes and smiled. Captain Zhua, I have to say that your strategy is really good. This scheming is even more profound. I admire you. Swiss duo's face became gloomy. He said lightly, things have already come to this. Even if you saw through it, what can you do? You will still lose without a doubt. Is that really the case? Xiang Chong laughed and flicked his long robe with his hand. He said coldly, Captain Zhua, don't blame me for not reminding you. The main material of my robe is starlight silk. It is not afraid of your hidden weapon. Swiss duo's face became even more unsightly. Is that so? Xiang Chong flipped his hand and a heavenly halberd suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the heavenly halberd with one hand and stood straight. He said lightly, in front of my heavenly halberd, I believe that your fists and legs won't have a chance to get close. Chapter 344. There was a whooshing sound. The sky piercer circled in the air, making a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts. A visible vortex formed in the air and then disappeared. Xiang Chong's aura rose sharply. His eyes were full of confidence. He said in a deep voice, Captain Zhua, please. One end of the sky piercer pointed to the sky and the other to the ground. It was shining with a cold light and looked extremely heavy. It was a rare super heavy weapon in this competition. Swiss duo's face became more and more serious. Countless people who were paying attention to this battle felt their hearts rise to their throats. Almost everyone had a good impression of Swiss duo. However, judging from the current situation, Swiss duo was obviously on guard against him. Swiss duo was good at all kinds of tricks, but against this vice captain, he really didn't have any advantage. All of them were restrained by his opponent. One must know that his opponent's sky piercer weighed 500 to 600 kilograms. For such a heavy weapon, wouldn't it be just right for Zhuo Duo to restrain him? Everyone was a little worried. Zhuo Duo was in trouble. Looking at Zhuo Duo's face, which was also extremely serious, it was obvious that he also realized that something was wrong. Zhuo Duo's face darkened. He slowly rolled up his trousers and tightly buttoned his sleeves. Then, he tightened his belt, took out a dozen small jade gourds from his pocket, and threw them on the ground. His face became even more gloomy. Everyone could see that. He must have felt that he was not confident. Since the hidden weapons were destined to be useless, it would be a burden to keep them in his pocket. It was better to throw them away as soon as possible. Only a few high martial arts teachers sighed and frowned. You believed him just because he said so. You threw away your hidden weapons just like that. You have the mentality of a coward before the battle. It was a big mistake. Please. Zhuo Duo stretched out his hand. As soon as he spoke, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from the opposite side. The sky piercer on the opposite side turned into a silver mountain of halberds, whistling toward him. Countless vortexes formed one after another in the air. The magnificent halberd mountain formed by the sky piercer was mixed with flickering cold light as it rapidly attacked. Zhuo Duo reacted with lightning speed and rapidly retreated. Between the flickering starlight, brilliant sparks scuttled about and blossomed one after another in the air. It was extremely magnificent. However, as Zhuo Duo retreated, the heavenly halberd's momentum increased by another notch. The Overlord halberd's aura grew even stronger. Like a silver whirlwind, it chased after the twinkling starlight, rushing all the way. Zhuo Duo let out a long howl and soared into the sky. However, the Overlord halberd did not stop. It transformed into a silver dragon and chased after him relentlessly. Zhuo Duo used the starry sky steps and dodged continuously in the air. However, when he realized that he couldn't dodge, he rushed towards the ground with a swoosh. Boom! Zhuo Duo landed on the ground and immediately flew out while sticking close to the ground. He seemed to be at a disadvantage and could only escape. Seeing that his opponent was at a disadvantage, Xiang Chong controlled the sky piercer and rushed down at high speed. He also stuck close to the ground and chased after Zhuo Duo, continuing to put pressure on him. However, the moment he landed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The heavenly halberd in his hand was unprecedentedly heavy, making it difficult for him to hold on. After he failed to hold on, he let out a roar. The heavenly halberd seemed to have lost its sense of direction and flew out of his hand. As it landed, the sky piercer flew towards the judges like a meteor chasing after the moon. Its target was Ding Xiulan. Ding Xiulan frowned. With a flick of her finger, she had already stopped the sky piercer in midair. She looked over with a puzzled expression. Of course, she didn't suspect that Xiang Chong was trying to assassinate her. With her cultivation level, even if she didn't flick her finger, the sky piercer wouldn't be able to break through her vital energy shield. She was just curious. Xiang Chong was obviously chasing after her, so why did he suddenly let go of the sky piercer? Looking back at the arena, Xiang Chong's sky piercer had left his hand. However, his momentum didn't slow down. The moment he landed, he jumped up as if he had been electrocuted. He screamed, "Despicable!" On the opposite side, Zhuo Duo stepped on the starlight again and rushed back at a speed much faster than before. He closed in on Xiang Chong at a mysterious angle and aimed one of his legs at the jumping Xiang Chong. This kick came without a trace, but it was powerful and carried with it the sound of the wind breaking through the air. Bang! The dragon's gate leg, which came and went like a ghost, kicked Xiang Chong's crotch once again. It really happened in an instant. Ouch! Xiang Chong let out a shrill scream. His eyes bulged and his body curled up like a cooked prawn. His face revealed an expression of extreme pain. His 2 hands tightly covered his crotch. The muscles on his face spasmed and twisted. The starlight flashed again. Sui Xiaoduo stood firmly in front of Xiang Chong again. He was still as handsome and elegant as before. He walked with a majestic gait and a domineering aura. He shouted, "You're wrong. Actually, my fist is invincible." Before he finished speaking, he had already lowered his waist and sat in a horse stance. He punched straight at Xiang Chong's stomach. Xiang Chong's 2 feet left the ground and flew back. The moment he landed, he smashed right into his own chair. With such a huge force, the chair was smashed into pieces and his butt landed on the ground. Ouch! Xiang Chong covered his crotch and continued to roll on the ground. His eyes were bulging. On the spectator stand. A furious voice said, "This bastard. I have to." He slapped the armrest and was about to fly out. However, he was pulled back by the person beside him. Master, calm down, calm down. Calm down. This is the venue of the competition. You must calm down, calm down." The figure shrouded in a cloak was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He couldn't even speak clearly. This bastard. This bastard. This. I'm so angry, so angry. Now, let's not talk about what will happen to him. The Kunlun Taoist sect will definitely be famous. Their 10,000 years of reputation has been destroyed by him. This bastard. After this battle, Sui Xiaoduo became the second most famous legendary character after Li Chenglong. He became famous in one fell swoop, and his name spread across half the sky. Fuck. That's the Galaxy Steps and Dragon Gate kick. Too awesome. My Captain Zhua is so strong. Ha ha ha, this kick really made me cover my crotch while watching the live broadcast. Fuck, that's really a stroke of genius. Awesome class. The person above feels the same way. Me too, me too. I'm so happy that I've lost everything. Me too, me too. At that moment, I really felt a chill on my back. I immediately covered my crotch. First thing. My mother asked me why I was kneeling and covering my crotch while watching the live broadcast. Me too, covering my crotch. Then, a large group of straight men started to comment, me too, me too. There were a few thousand comments. Someone started to analyze, did you see that? During the previous battle, we had analyzed it. The key to this battle is still the combination of Dragon Gate Kick and Galaxy Steps. These 2 sets of martial arts originally belonged to the Kunlun sect. To be honest, their lethality isn't that great. Naturally, they weren't taken seriously in the past. But from now on, I want to tell everyone, pay attention. The true usage of these 2 sets of martial arts from the Kunlun sect has appeared. This is definitely a first-class secret technique. That is, the combination of Galaxy Steps and Dragon Gate Kick, the target is the crotch. Maybe it shouldn't be called Dragon Gate Kick anymore. It should be called Crotch Kick. Yes, Galaxy Steps and Crotch Kick. Invincible. It's too sharp. Everyone, we are already studying it now. Don't stop me. I'm going to the Kunlun sect to learn. I don't want to learn anything else, just this step and this kick. I'm going to. Wait for me. Too many onlookers couldn't understand this battle. The live broadcast only had a rough idea. But most of the high martial arts teachers present could all see that the key to this battle was. Yes, it wasn't the key to the crotch. When they first met, Xiang Chong was the main attacker. He attacked aggressively and his momentum was terrifying. Sui Xiao Duo was the main defender. He used his extreme speed to increase the distance between them. Xiang Chong chased after him relentlessly. Sui Xiao Duo turned and rushed into the sky. Xiang Chong also chased after him. Sui Xiao Duo came down again. The moment he came down again, the battle ended. Brilliant! The referee from the Hidden Dragon High School slapped the table and praised. Even a veteran who has been in the Jianghu for decades might not have this kind of battle awareness. Instead of saying that it's battle awareness, it's more accurate to say that it's an exquisite layout. When he threw away the hidden weapons at the beginning and scattered them on the ground, it looked like he was showing weakness. In fact, he had other plans. The hidden weapons only scattered on the ground, but they were still in the arena. In other words, this was Sui Xiao's earliest move. It was also this move that caused Xiang Chong to be completely unprepared, sowing the seeds of defeat. If Xiang Chong had kept his feet on the ground and attacked steadily, Sui Xiao's move would have been pointless. However, because Sui Xiao Duo showed weakness at the beginning of the battle and blindly dodged with his movement, the Overlord Halberd, who emphasized momentum the most, took the opportunity to move and gradually accumulate his momentum. However, because of this continuous pressure, when Sui Xiao Duo rushed into the sky, Xiang Chong could only chase after him and move away from the ground. Then came the crucial moment. As Xiang Chong leaped into the air to chase after him, his feet were bound to leave the ground. The only place that Xiang Chong's starlight silk clothes could not protect was the soles of his feet. After that, Sui Xiao Duo landed. He could have landed lightly and continued to wander around, but the moment he landed, he exerted a great force and shook the ground. The true meaning of this was to drive the hidden weapons scattered on the ground. For hidden weapons attacked Xiang Chong from a strange angle, at least from an angle that Sui Xiao Duo couldn't launch from. Two of the hidden weapons hit the soles of Xiang Chong's feet. Sui Xiao Duo used a trick to drive the four hidden weapons. In fact, he couldn't exert much power, but what he needed was the right timing. Xiang Chong's soles were attacked. Because he was in mid-air, he was suddenly disturbed. Naturally, he had to stabilize himself first and withdraw the great force he poured into the sky piercer. However, he was in the process of attacking fiercely, so it was difficult for him to withdraw it. And this sudden withdrawal inevitably revealed a flaw. At this moment, the other two hidden weapons hit the flaw exposed by Xiang Chong's sleeves. The web between the thumb and the index finger. Looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 345. That's why the sky piercer flew out of his hand. At this time, as the weapon flew out of his hand, Xiang Chong's first reaction was to follow it. His state of mind was even more flustered. How could he have the time to pay attention to the attack on his feet? As a result, the other two hidden weapons, which originally didn't have much power, displayed their greatest effect. They entered the flesh from the soles of his feet, injuring his meridians. Do you think Xiang Chong immediately jumped up the moment he landed? Did he want to jump? No, it was simply an instinctive reaction from the pain. On the other hand, Sui Xiao's starry sky steps and dragon gate leg had already turned around. He had anticipated the enemy's movements and attacked with certainty. With a kick to the crotch, he completely crippled all of his combat strength. As for the punch after that, it was actually superfluous. There was no real need for it. Because at that time, victory and defeat were already clear. There was no need for any more movements. After the Hidden Dragon High School teacher's explanation, everyone who didn't understand suddenly felt enlightened. Because this battle was really too fast. Everyone only saw one chasing and one escaping. They rushed up to the sky and then came down. Then, inexplicably, the Sky Piercer attacked. It inexplicably ended. But at the same time, they also looked at this captain of Phoenix City's number 2 high school in a new light. This Shuo's plan was so exquisite. Unexpectedly, every step he took was so unexpected. Yet, it was so logical in his bones. He played with his opponent in the palm of his hand and was extremely happy. In this battle, Xiang Chong didn't lose at all. This hidden dragon high school teacher was full of praise. In a battle of martial arts, it's never about who has a higher cultivation base or who has a stronger foundation who will definitely win. In this battle, there are still countless methods, countless openings, and countless traps that can be exploited. As long as they are used well and ingeniously, naturally, the weak can defeat the strong and subdue the enemy to obtain victory. These children of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. To say something that everyone can understand, it's they've experienced two little societies' vicious beatings. These words caused a thoughtful expression to appear on the faces of all the high school teachers. Two little societies' vicious beatings. The future was really worrying. Should he suggest opening another class in the high martial arts school? Is this called being beaten up by society? From the looks of it, this Xiao duo could simply become a professor of this course. There were still many people discussing this on the internet. However, this time, everyone was discussing battle tactics. You can do that. The hidden weapon that was thrown at the beginning was actually a trap. He said that there was no need for it. Fuck, if it were me, I would definitely fall for it. Facing an opponent who is an entire major realm higher than him, he dodged twice, rushed up into the air, and then rushed down. Then, he won with a kick to the crotch. Why do I feel that it's so surreal? Child, you've experienced too little social abuse. Bah. You're the one who hasn't been beaten enough. Could it be that Xiao duo has experienced more? But he won. Alright, this sentence really made people speechless. You don't care how many beatings he's been through. The reality now is that he's won. If he won, that would be his capital and glory. 3 battles, 2 wins and 1 loss. Xiao duo was still standing on the field, unable to get down. Which one of you wants to come up? It's still me for this battle, and it's still me for the next one. The remaining 3 members of Hidden Dragon were all dumbfounded. Aren't you bullying us? You're the captain. Xiao duo naturally had something to say. In the previous battles, we've always fought one person against one team. This time, it's the same. However, Li Changming and Li Changlong are too weak. One lost, and the other was seriously injured. However, I'm still fine. Of course, I have to continue fighting. If your captain wakes up and wants to continue fighting, it's fine. It's okay to keep winning. We won't be unhappy even if you defeat all of us. After all, this is the rule. However, the problem is that your captain fainted while snoring, grinding his teeth, and farting. There's really nothing we can do about it. Xiaoduo's tone was very regretful. These beautiful words immediately made the captain of Hidden Dragon, Shimen Daqing, who had just woken up, spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted again. The reality was like this. They could only endure and continue. However, the 2 youths who came up next after a round of battle, one in front and one in back, they hugged their crotches and were defeated. The internet was completely boiling. Crotch kicking again. Crotch kicking again. Too skilled. So cool. I want to learn. May I ask, where is the Kunlun sect? Same question. I hope the Almighty can give me some pointers. I'm very grateful. This is a unique skill that can save one's life. I must learn it. I must learn it. I must learn it until I'm very familiar with it. I must learn it until I reach the peak of perfection. In the stands. Let's go. The slim figure who was tightly wrapped in the cloak was so angry that her face was ashen. She stood up and turned around to leave. She didn't even look back. She was really angered to death. Master, wait for me. Another figure chased after her. The Battle of the Top 8. Phoenix City's second high school won. Furthermore, they eliminated Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, which had the highest chance of winning. A super dark horse. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this year, no matter what, the champion would not be Hidden Dragon High School. Hidden Dragon High School had now completely lost the qualification to win the championship. The next step was the top 6. The competition had already ended. The leading teacher of Hidden Dragon High School anxiously led his team to Nanji City. Healing Pod. He had to find the highest grade. Also, he had to find an expert to see if he could heal Shimandaching's soul. If it couldn't be healed, then it would be difficult to maintain the top 3. Although there was no difference in the benefits of being ranked 2nd to 9th, their reputation would be ruined. If they suddenly fell out of the top 3, then they would really be done for. This time, coming to the competition, I've really seen a ghost. On this day, the top 6 were decided. Phoenix City's 2nd high school, Water City's 1st high school, Yangluo's 1st high school, Finghai's 3rd high school, Phoenix Tail's 1st high school, and Song Mountain's 1st high school. There was really no Hidden Dragon High School. Hidden Dragon High School, which had dominated the championship for many years, had a super big news this time. They actually didn't enter the top 6. This news made everyone's jaws drop, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was reasonable. Hidden Dragon High School first encountered Water City 1st High School, and only won a Pyrrhic victory after all their members were severely injured. Then, they encountered Garrison Store 1st High School, and were ruthlessly fought by the other party. They were still full of injured soldiers, and most of them were severely injured. Then, they encountered Phoenix City's 2nd High School, and accidents happened again and again. First, the team leader encountered the successor of the Dream Divine Technique, who had not appeared in the world for a long time. Although he was lucky enough to win the match, his soul was injured. Not only was he unable to continue the match, but he was also absent from the subsequent matches. Originally, the vice team leader, Xiang Chong, and his sister, Xiang Bing, were both experts in the embryonic breathing realm. Moreover, they were talents in actual combat, so Hidden Dragon High School had considerable strength. But first, Xiang Bing was disfigured by a certain steel-like man from Phoenix City's 2nd High School, and she was utterly defeated. Then, Xiang Chong was crushed by Zhou Xiaodua's schemes, and his vital parts were kicked. He was defeated, especially when he was kicked in the crotch. In the next 2 matches, 2 of them were also defeated by Zhou Xiaoduo in the same way. By kicking in the crotch. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't kill him in this position. Although it wasn't fatal, it wasn't crippling, and it wouldn't cause internal injuries, but it was really painful, and it really affected his performance. Moreover, after he recovered and didn't feel anything, he had to habitually walk for a long time. This also led to them encountering Shuwei City No. 1 Middle School, which they had already fought once. They were almost swept away, and all of them were defeated. Especially Xiang Bing, this valiant beauty, was beaten by Li Chenglong to the point that she was traumatized, and she didn't dare to go on stage. She was even afraid to go on stage, so how could she not be defeated? Hidden Dragon High School's dismal ending made countless high school teachers feel satisfied, but they also had mixed feelings and couldn't put their thoughts to words. It was probably because the words of the teacher from the Hidden Dragon High School were too reasonable. These students had too little experience of being beaten up by society. Many high school teachers with ideas were thinking about this sentence. It was indeed too little. They were too well protected. If they didn't encounter a similar experience, if they really went to the battlefield, or if they really went to the Jianghu, they would just stretch out their necks and be slaughtered. Those old foxes, those mortal enemies, which one of them would show mercy just because you were a genius? They would only kill with extreme pleasure. Vicious beating. It's imperative. The high school teachers all had such thoughts in their minds. Why do the old people always say that to suffer a loss is to gain an advantage? This sentence is a famous saying when it comes to martial artists. If you suffer a loss, as long as you don't die, you really gain a big advantage. Because you won't suffer the same loss again. And too many people will pay with their lives if they suffer such a loss. In the previous Dragon and Tiger Roll competition, everyone had fought according to the rules. They had brought out as much strength as they could. It was probably because everyone followed the rules and did things according to the rules, so they didn't feel that there was any problem. However, in this year's batch, the students of Phoenix City No. 2 High School, especially Zhuo Xiao Duo, suddenly made everyone feel that the previous way couldn't work. All of them were as pure as Bai Hua. In the future, they could only wait to suffer losses. Based on the principle of thinking for the students, everyone began to think seriously. The top 6 drew lots: Phoenix City No. 2 High School against Yangluo No. 1 High School. Water City No. 1 High School against Fenghai No. 3 High School. Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School against Tsangsha No. 1 High School. For Phoenix Tail No. 1 High School and Tsangsha No. 1 High School, such a draw result was almost equivalent to picking up a bargain. Originally, the highest record of these two teams was only in the top 8. Moreover, it was not stable. Often, they would be in the top 8 this year and be kicked out of the top 10 next year. But this time, it was too smooth. Not only did they enter the top 6 in one go, but they also had the possibility of going further. It was really a big pie that fell from the sky. Every time they drew lots, it was almost a battle between the strong, and their combat strength was basically exhausted. This time, the top 6 drew lots again. Naturally, they didn't know Zhuo's ability. They only felt that they were too lucky. Perhaps they could win the championship. In this round of the top 6, the main purpose was to determine the top 4. The winners of the 3 groups would directly enter the top 4. The losers would draw lots again. One would have a bye, 2 would fight, and the winner would fight with the one who had a bye. And the final winner would obtain the last seat in the top 4. After that, the top 4 matches would be simple. The winners would fight for the first and second place, and the losers would fight for the third place. In other words, this year's Longhu List competition was nearing its end. That afternoon, Phoenix City No. 2 High School and Yangluo No. 1 High School were fighting. And Luoyang No. 1 High School had Zhuo Xiao Duo, who had a high opinion of the tall girl from the beginning to the end. Chapter 346. The others were at most at the same level as Li Chenglong and the others. Only this girl was far beyond her peers. The feeling she gave to Zhuo Xiao Duo could almost be described as sharp. Zhuo Xiao Duo could be sure that if she didn't count himself, this girl had the amazing combat power to kill Li Chenglong and the others in one breath. However, according to the information he had gathered beforehand, not only was this girl not the captain, she wasn't even the vice-captain. It could be said that she was very low-key. This match was different from the match against Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School. Long Yuxing fought the first match until he was exhausted and finally won with difficulty. However, he didn't have the strength to fight the second match, so he had to withdraw. Wan Lixiu took over the baton and fought the second match. The opponent was also a girl, and it was an evenly matched battle. The two were beaten until they couldn't even get up. In the end, the match ended in a draw. The two girls left the stage, vomiting blood as they were supported back. In the third match, Li Chenglong fought the opponent until the sky turned dark. Finally, he won with difficulty. It was still his ability to resist, take a beating. His injuries seemed to be lighter than his opponent's. He won by a fluke, really by a fluke. So far, there were 2 wins and 1 draw. Sua Xiao Duo simply walked up and prepared to fight the 4th match. He was sure that the tall girl of the opponent would have to fight no matter what. Otherwise, if Yangluo No. 1 High School lost another match, it would be the end. Sua Xiaoduo's guess was not wrong. The girl's face was cold. She stepped forward with her 2 long legs. Lan Bingrui. These 3 cold words were not polite at all. Sua Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo also didn't show any expression. In a sense, Sua Xiaoduo was also a steely straight man, not inferior to Li Chenglong's steely straight man. You think you're so good just because you're beautiful. As long as I don't owe you money, I won't hold back at all. Besides, don't you think you're too tall? Sua Xiaoduo was 189 meters tall. This height was already considered tall among men. And this girl was at least 184 meters tall. Just by standing there, she seemed to be taller than Sua Xiaoduo. Just this height alone was quite unfriendly. Please. Please. Both of them got into their stances at the same time. Sua Xiaoduo didn't hesitate. He fully used the star steps and dragon's gate leg, but then he laughed bitterly. Because the movements used, starry feet, star plucking stars, and dragon's leg. Fuck, they're from the same source. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned. This girl was also a descendant of the Kunlun sect. But seeing someone of the same origin as him, how could he be so cold? The others were also taken aback for a moment, and then they revealed expressions full of interest. Now that the 2 successors of the Kunlun Daoist sect had met each other, this battle was definitely going to be interesting. Bang! 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 Sua Xiaoduo and Lan Bingrui exchanged 3 blows and kicked each other 3 times. Both of them acted as if nothing had happened and retreated. The probing had been completed. Sua Xiaoduo and Lan Bingrui's SS faces became serious. They knew each other best. Through the exchange just now, Sua Xiaoduo had already determined that the girl in front of him was an exceptional genius. Moreover, she was a genius who had suppressed her vital essence's agitation 7 or 8 times when a martial arts master was breaking through to the innate realm. In other words, she had the suppression of Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, and the others. Moreover, she was in the intermediate stage of the embryonic breathing realm, which was close to the pinnacle of cultivation. That's pretty awesome. Sua Xiaoduo felt a faint pain in his calf after the collision. He immediately grimaced. However, he didn't know that although Lan Bingrui's expression was still cold, she was so shocked that she almost cried out in surprise. In Yangluo No. 1 High School, she was a great genius who dominated the entire city. Looking at the past few hundred years, there was no one in Yangluo City who could achieve what she had. In this Dragon and Tiger List tournament, there was no student who could catch her eye, including the team leader of No. 1 High School of Hidden Dragon, Shimen Daqing, whose cultivation had reached the high level of the embryonic breathing realm and was half a step to the primordial elixir realm. If they really fought, she could definitely take him down within 50 moves. The rest were even more mediocre and couldn't reach the apex. This was Lan Bingrui's confidence. However, when she really faced Sua Xiaoduo, through these few exchanges, she could acutely feel that this Sua Xiaoduo's foundation was actually more profound than hers. No, it should be far more profound than hers. This was because he was only at the innate realm now. He was obviously a realm lower than her, but he could still be on par with her in terms of strength. If this wasn't a huge difference in foundation, what else could it be? In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 30 moves. Both of them didn't use any weapons and only fought with their fists and feet. In close combat, there was another muffled bang. Both of their legs kicked each other firmly again, and they retreated at the same time again. However, as Swiss Xiao Duo retreated this time, he threw out 3 small gourds, which flew out like lightning. Lan Bingrui was in mid-air and had to bear the aftermath of the impact from both sides. She definitely couldn't dodge all of them. According to Swiss Xiao Duo's estimation, she could only dodge 2 at most. No matter what, she would be hit by at least 1. However, Swiss Xiao Duo was thinking too much. She didn't dodge at all, so all 3 hidden weapons hit her. However, when the hidden weapons hit Lan Bingrui's body, they were completely useless. Her snow-white clothes didn't even have any reaction, and the small gourds had already shattered. Your clothes are really not bad. Swiss Xiao Duo praised sincerely, but his heart was filled with helplessness. It seemed like hidden weapons really couldn't be used in this round. This wasn't a life-and-death battle. He couldn't possibly blind this girl, right? However, there was obviously something fishy about the clothes, and it was completely useless. Lan Bingrui said faintly, "Don't waste your time. Hidden weapons are useless against me. It's useless to hit my face or hit my hands anywhere. My galaxy clothes have an automatic defensive ability." "You're really rich." Swiss Xiao Duo grinned. The galaxy clothes were said to be woven with a kind of strange metal mixed with the galaxy cloud soul. This kind of clothes was not only impenetrable by weapons, water, and fire, but also could store true core force. If there was a sufficiently high-level expert who injected his true inner force into the clothes could theoretically absorb an unlimited amount of true inner force. And all the absorbed true inner force would be converted into defensive power. In this way, no matter what kind of sudden attack, the galaxy clothes could automatically sense the impact of the attack and protect the owner. It was truly a priceless treasure. Ordinary ancient martial arts families might not even have heard of it, let alone own it. It seemed that Lan Bingrui's family background was extraordinarily good. Swiss Xiao Duo has met his match. Ding Xiulan's face was solemn. "I'm afraid this match is really going to be difficult." Ma Zhangxi also kept shaking his head. "This kid is really unlucky to have met this girl from the Lan family. This girl is not simple. She has been very low-key all the way and almost didn't fight. However, she also has a lot of gadgets on her. Swiss Xiao Duo might not be able to defeat her." The teacher from Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School said faintly, "In the end, he's just taking advantage of his family background. If Swiss Xiao Duo had the same family background, he would definitely be more outstanding than this Lan girl." Everyone nodded silently. For ordinary people or geniuses in the ordinary sense, Lan Bingrui could easily crush them without using her family background. However, for geniuses of the same level, the addition of family background was enough to create a huge gap. Hidden weapons are destined to be useless. Palm techniques, leg techniques, and footwork are also known to the opponent. The chances of winning this match are slim. Ding Xiulan was a little worried. Swiss Xiao Duo has made it this far. Even if he loses, it's not considered a loss. Ma Zhangxi said softly. On the spectator stand, the person in the cloak smiled gently and gritted his teeth. "Finally, someone can teach this little bastard a lesson. These few days, I've been so angry that my stomach hurts." Another person said softly, "It's hard to say now. You don't know what kind of enemies Xiao Duo has faced and where his real combat power has gone." The person who spoke was Sui Xiaoyan. She knew her brother's ability very well. If it wasn't for Sui Xiao Duo not wanting to expose himself, it would only be a matter of minutes to smash this girl into meat paste. With this level of ability, you dare to be arrogant in front of my dog. Humph. Why are you so tall? Humph. However, she also knew that Swishaoduo would definitely not expose himself in this kind of situation. Then, if they wanted to win, there was only one way left. Teacher, it seems that you know the background of this girl. Swishaonian asked. She's the last disciple of my junior master. Mu Yanyan said softly, according to seniority, you have to call her junior master. Then why is she so useless? With this level of ability. Swishaonian was very disdainful. At this moment, Nian Mao's eyes were full of disdain. Mu Yanyan. This sentence was a little heart-wrenching and a little speechless. However, thinking about it, Swishaonian was indeed qualified to say this. Looking at the practitioners of the same age, Swishaonian could really be said to be invincible in this world. Bang, bang, bang. In the field, the two of them moved like rabbits and swooped down like hawks. They continuously exchanged more than 200 moves, and the sound of vital chi colliding and exploding was constantly heard. Let's end this. Lan Bingrue floated back and pulled out a long sword with a clang. Like a stream of light, she held it in front of her chest. Swishaoduo, you're no match for me. Admit defeat. Swishaoduo was shocked and said, you actually used a weapon. Humph, relying on a weapon to help in the battle, it's an unfair victory. Lan Bingrue said, in a martial arts battle, of course, I'll use everything. What's wrong with that? Swishaoduo was not convinced and said, humph, in this case, I'll also use a weapon. My sword is also very powerful. Lan Bingrue frowned. So what if you use a weapon? It's not shameful to admit defeat when you're not as strong as others. Swishaoduo, why are you struggling? I asked you to admit defeat because my sword is too fierce and sharp. I'm afraid that I'll hurt you by accident. After all, we're all Taoists and you're a junior. It's not shameful for you to lose to me. Swishaoduo said with a smile, then why don't you admit defeat? It's not shameful for you to lose to me. Chapter 347. Swishaoduo laughed. In fact, what you said is exactly what I wanted to say. I just don't know whether you believe it or not. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and his sword appeared out of thin air with a cracking sound. The sword light was as clear as water and as thin as a cicada's wing. Since you're the one who made the first move, I won't hold back. Since we share the same origin, I'll definitely give you some face. Sword. 2 swords. And they were 2 peerless godly weapons, shining here. All the referees, including Lan Bingrue's teacher in charge, were stunned. Everyone had the same thought, these 2 people are really cunning. Lan Bingrue had never used any weapon before. Coincidentally, Swishaoduo was the same. But now, the 2 people took out their swords one after another, and the swords they took out were both peerless godly weapons. How could people not think about the implication of this? Several referees shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Ding Xiulan's face changed, and her mouth twitched. After being speechless for a long time, she murmured, the old scoundrel met the old scoundrel. Even I was wrong. Swishaoduo's family background is not simple. It must be very powerful. The other teachers shook their heads and smiled bitterly. You are not the only one. Didn't we all make a mistake? Who would have thought that the so-called Iron Fist young master would take out a hidden weapon as his trump card? After the hidden weapon, he said that his body movement and footwork were his trump cards. And now, he was forced to take out a sword. It was totally speechless. The sword light suddenly flashed, and the 2 people attacked at the same time. Their attacks were totally different from before. It was like two new people were performing sword skills. The audience behind the two of them felt that something was amiss. The audience behind Sua Xiao Duo facing Lan Bingrui only felt that they were facing an extremely cold snow mountain. The snow was falling, and it was bone-chilling. Countless mysterious ice shone in the sunlight, shining and dazzling. As for the audience behind Lan Bingrui facing Sua Xiao Duo, they only felt a drizzle blowing against their faces. It was as if they were taking a stroll in the rain, full of warmth, gentleness, and comfort. It was indescribably comfortable. This kind of artistic conception was simply intoxicating. Although the snow and ice of Lan Bingrui were wild and the snow-capped mountains were high, they were melted little by Sua Xiaoduo's misty rain. The process was slow, but it was very real and real. In this round of sword skill competition, Sua Xiao Duo actually had the upper hand, and the signs of him having the upper hand were gradually becoming more and more obvious. This result shocked everyone who was watching the battle. What kind of freak is this child? Ding Xiulan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Lan Bingrui was a little impatient. She tried 3 different sword techniques, but the sword in front of her was soft and light. Her sword technique was like the fine rain in spring. It was completely useless. It was as if there was no end to it, and it kept suppressing her sword technique. Lan Bingrui let out a long howl. She was finally enraged and shouted, "If that's the case, then come." Suddenly, a white aura surged on her face. Her whole body was covered in white mist. In just a moment, everyone in the arena felt a chill. The temperature actually dropped to below freezing point. In less than 10 breaths of time, a layer of dense white ice had appeared on the stage. This is the mysterious Yin technique. A few high school teachers stood up at the same time and looked at the arena in shock. This little princess of the Lan family had actually cultivated the mysterious Yin technique. Moreover, she had already achieved some success. She had already cultivated it to a higher level. This achievement was really no small matter. Shangjing's Yunduan High Martial Arts School wants this little girl from the Lan family. The teacher from Shangjing's Yunduan High Martial Arts School stared at Lan Bingrui, who had already gained control of the entire arena, with an unconcealed fondness. This kind of genius was really suitable for Yunduan High Martial Arts School. Who do you think you are? You think you are? The teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School snorted and glared at him with an unfriendly gaze. The teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts School said indifferently, "Since you have withdrawn from the competition, you are naturally ours. However, we will return the favor with a gift. As long as you agree, we will not fight with you for the remaining geniuses, such as Sua Xiao Duo and Zhou Yunqing." Ding Xiulan narrowed her eyes. The teacher from Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School also had a change in expression. Both of them asked at the same time, "A gentleman keeps his word. A man keeps his word." The teacher from Yunduan High Martial Arts School said indifferently, "A man keeps his word. What's there to doubt? All right, it's settled then." Both of them agreed at the same time, as if they were afraid that the other party would go back on his word. At this moment, the temperature in the arena dropped even lower. The temperature in the arena had already dropped to below zero. It was just that it had dropped to a few dozen degrees below zero. Lan Bingrui was still continuously activating the mysterious Yin technique. Her long sword fluttered and attacked aggressively, suppressing Sua Xiao Duo. With a sword in one hand and a palm in the other, she flew horizontally and vertically, like a fairy flying in a world of ice and snow, exuding an icy aura. At this moment, even the edges of the arena began to be covered with icicles. Higher up, the heat of the natural weather clashed with it. From time to time, a mist would rise and dissipate. Sua Xiao Duo, who was the focal point of the cold attack, was already covered with frost. Even his eyebrows and hair were dyed white. However, the sword in his hand did not relax at all. He was still counterattacking with every move. He was actually stable from beginning to end and did not give an inch. The outcome has been decided. Sui Xiao Duo is bound to lose. Ding Xiulan looked at Sui Xiao Duo tenaciously fighting in the arena with heartache. She shook her head and said disappointedly, "This battle is not the fault of the battle, it is not the fault of the battle." The teacher from Hidden Dragon High School also sighed deeply. This battle of geniuses is lost because of the family background, not because of the individual. If Sui Xiao Duo had a set of matching martial arts, the battle would not be so one-sided. Sigh. Sui Xiao Duo lost this battle unjustly. A clear and long cry sounded in the arena again. Lan Bingrue's slim and tall body flew up into the sky. Her long sword suddenly emitted 9 white icy sword auras. Her right palm pushed and pulled back, and then suddenly pushed out. A storm of ice and snow was formed, falling from the sky, and the target was Sui Xiao Duo. The wind from the palm tore the air, making a sharp whistle. A murderous aura, biting cold, almost formed. Murderous intent. This is the mysterious Yin Ice Soul Palm. Ding Xiulan was shocked. The other referees also stood up abruptly, ready to help at any time. This palm was powerful and tyrannical, and its killing intent had already been established. If Sui Xiao Duo couldn't withstand it, he would be frozen into a popsicle along with his soul. The mysterious Yin Ice Soul Palm was a tyrannical killing move that wreaked havoc in the world. Too many people knew the terrifying and insidious level of this palm technique. As long as Sui Xiao Duo showed signs of being unable to withstand it, the judges would help. They definitely wouldn't watch a peerless genius like Sui Xiao Duo die like this. At this moment, Lan Bingrue, who was in the air, had a trace of regret in her eyes, but then she became determined again. Sui Xiaoduo's tenacity had greatly exceeded her expectations. If she did not use this trump card, she would not be able to defeat this guy in front of her. She had no choice but to push the battle to this extreme. As long as you withdraw and admit defeat, you can save your life. But if you insist on being brave, you will die. You can only blame yourself for not knowing the situation. I will not hold back this time. So what if I kill you? Right at this critical moment, an unexpected event occurred abruptly, and it caused everyone to be astounded. Because, in the area covered by the ice and snow, an explosive and furious roar suddenly appeared, piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks, shocking the heavens. At the same time, a ball of fiery red suddenly rose from the middle of the ice and snow. Sui Xiaoduo's voice was heard, speaking in an eerie tone. Fiery sun. Sui Xiao Duo was furious. Killing intent. I have been merciful all this time. You want to kill me? In an instant, the fiery Sun Sutra reached its breaking point in his fury. Under everyone's gaze, a ball of dazzling fiery red suddenly appeared in the ice and snow field, exploding, bursting, exploding. Then, it rose up and turned into a blazing sun that was close at hand. Sui Xiao Duo held a sharp sword in his hand, and his whole body soared into the sky like a rising sun. The power of the sun melted and burned the ice and snow in the sky in an instant, and his whole body was surrounded by rolling heat waves. The sharp sword in his hand turned into a drizzle, and the drizzle turned into a violent storm, sweeping across the sky and earth, and drowning Lan Bingrue's sword light. At the same time, Sui Xiaoduo's left palm, which was like a furnace soaring into the sky, collided with Lan Bingrue's mysterious Yin Ice Soul Palm without dodging. The fiery Sun Sutra of extreme yang, extreme heat, and extreme heat suddenly erupted, facing the mysterious Yin Ice Soul Palm head-on. Boom! With a blood-curdling scream, Lan Bingrue was sent flying along with her sword. She flew more than 200 meters like a kite with a broken string. Her beautiful hair was completely roasted in the process of flying back. A white shadow soared into the sky like lightning, and caught Longbingrue in his hand. His fingers were like phantoms, and he hit all the major acupoints on Longbingrue's body one after another. Then, he poured several elixirs and 2 bottles of potions into her body. The white shadow didn't land on the ground after saving her, but stopped in the air, holding the unconscious Longbingrue. He turned his head to look at Xiaoduo in the field, and said lightly, "The fiery Sun Sutra has reappeared in the world. Not bad, not bad. You are a talent. In the future, Rue will come to you again." It was a woman's voice. Then, she said lightly, "Longbingrue's internal qi has reversed, and her injury is very serious. She can't be cured here. I will take her back now. Sorry for delaying the rest of the competition." Before he finished speaking, his entire body soared into the sky. Following a flash of sword light, he had already sped into the horizon and disappeared without a trace. The whole field was still steaming hot and misty. Xiaoduo quietly landed on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was flushed, and it was obvious that the operation just now had consumed a lot of energy. But for Xiaoduo, this consumption was not a problem. What really shocked him was something else. He couldn't help but raise his head and look in the direction where the woman left. At that moment, when the woman had just appeared, Xiaoduo had clearly felt an unprecedentedly sharp murderous aura enveloping his entire body. That woman just now, she also wanted to kill me. But she didn't because of the environment. Why? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.